All right. We are here today at launch day for the Great Fish Community Challenge. And before 10 o'clock, we thought we would test out our sound to make sure you can hear us out there in the virtual world for our launch. We're going to have nonprofits here all day long, giving you information about what they are raising money for. And we're going to have an exciting day down here at the Community Foundation parking lot. So if you would like to come on down and donate today, please do. We have our excellent, thanks. All right, we've got a whole crew down here working, and we are going to be awarding extra incentive grants today. So you can come down, donate, and win an extra $25, $50, or even $100 on top of your gift. And throughout the morning, especially about 5-minute increments, we're going to have a different nonprofit with us, and they're going to tell you what they are raising money for. So most of this is all going to kick off at 10 o'clock to keep us on schedule. We will be launching the, well, actually not launching, but we will be showing off the winning t-shirt design. And if you come down here and donate, you're going to get a free t-shirt. So a little extra incentive. We have some fun swag down here, actually. So you should really come down and donate. Hopefully the sound's going to be good throughout the day and you won't hear the trucks and the trains and things like that. We think this microphone works in that capacity to kind of drown out the side profile sounds. So that is why everyone will be using a microphone today, because if I'm not on the microphone, you can hear me. If I am on the microphone, you can hear me. So that's the key. But again, today is the launch. We're going to be benefiting 56 charities this year in the challenge, 56 from all over the Flathead Valley. And our launch, our Great Fish Match Fund is starting out with $200,000 in it, and people can give straight to the match. And if you give straight to the match, 100% of that goes to all the charities to help raise that match and make it bigger. And so in the end, we will award a percentage match on top of that, and we will unveil what the percentage match is at the our big awards event, October 26th this year. So keep that date in mind, October 26th. We hope we will all be there in person. We could go ahead and kick off our first person. We'll be a little early, but that's okay. Depends on how many people are out there in the virtual world listening to us. Before we do that, Lynette should come over here and say a quick hello, because she's been working really hard on getting everything set up here. So I want Lynette to say a few words about the kickoff of our giving day. And yep, we are being socially distanced, and I'm going to turn it over to her.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Lynette Donaldson. I'm the Programs and Outreach Officer here at Whitefish Community Foundation. There, now you can actually see me and see who I am. So we're really excited to kick off the campaign today. I'm sure Linda's mentioned that in the last 5 years, we've raised over $9 million for all of these charities in the Flathead Valley, 63 of them so far. And we're really excited to have the campaign this year, simply because, as everybody knows, we've got a tragic situation happening with COVID-19, and all of our nonprofits have been greatly affected by this. And, you know, our Health and Human Services nonprofits are seeing just such a dramatic increase in the demand for their services, and funding is limited. And our poor arts and culture nonprofits that really rely on public gatherings and live performances are just, you know, really seeing some devastating effects from this. So we are hoping, we know it's a different year than it has been in the past, but we're really looking forward to the campaign. We've seen such a generosity through our Day of Giving in May, and we believe that we're going to have a very successful campaign. Right, Linda? So we have our first participant here, and it's Todd Langasher from Big Brothers Big Sisters, Northwest Montana. And I'm going to hand the microphone back to Linda, and I'm just going to grab Todd, and we can hear what Todd has to say about their wonderful programs.
All right, so we're going to bring Todd on. He will be our first. And for a second there, you saw Lynette debuting our masks. Yes, we are doing everything appropriately. And you know what? come on down and donate, and you can get a mask. All right, Todd. Take a second. Get that ready for you guys.
Sinking into the wet.
Sorry.
No, that's okay.
Sorry.
Oh, look, I'll be relaxed.
All right, Todd. Say hi. They can hear you on that. They
Can
can't
I-
hear me.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I guess I'm the guinea pig going first. I actually have no idea what I'm supposed to be doing. I guess I should talk about Big Brothers Big Sisters and the challenge. So I think I would start with one of the things that I really appreciate about all of this. I was just talking to one of the board members here, the spirit of giving in general. So living in this community, I guess what I want to start with is saying the important thing from my perspective is that we all give. And whether that's, clearly I represent an organization, but I think for all of us, the important thing is that we get involved in some way. So with that, let me say good morning, and then I'll just share a little bit about what we're doing at Big Brothers Big Sisters and what we plan on doing with any of the funds that we raise through this challenge. So the funds that we raise through this challenge will be used really in the same way that we use any of our funds, which is to go directly to supporting the kids in our community that we see as a set of youth between ages 6 and 18 that under the best of circumstances come from some really challenging circumstances, families that are doing their very best to provide just the basics to their kids and need the village around them, so to speak, as we all do at different times. So specifically, what we do is facilitate adult mentoring relationships, and that looks like a lot of different things. What we know from listening to the kids that we work with, and we've now been doing this almost 5 decades, so we now have adults who are in their 40s and 50s who we see in the community who talk about their experience and the impact. So what we know is that when done right and facilitated well and supported well, which is how we spend most of our time, this relationship leaves a very long impact on kids. And adults that we speak with now will say they will point to it as one of the things that really set their life on a different trajectory. So again, it looks really different. The ingredients that we know are the most important are not the specific activities that our adults engage our kids in, but rather the consistency. So they are an adult in this child's life who shows up on Wednesday at 3 o'clock every week when they say they are. The kids talk about the most basic elements of using kind words, of being there when they say they're going to be there, of listening carefully. And these are all the things that during any time the kids that we work with are starved for. And of course, we are not living in normal times now. And I think many of us appreciate that any of the divides, any of the challenges that existed for any of us have only been exacerbated under the circumstances of the last 6 months. So we know that domestic violence is on the rise. We know that more people living with more stress are under the same roof more of the time. And there certainly are some advantages to that for a lot of us. I think for a lot of the families we work with, it is stretching them when they were already close to the breaking point, is stretching them beyond the breaking point. So for the kids that are stuck at home or are not able to get out in all of the healthy ways we would want them to under normal circumstances, we have been working really hard to have our adult mentors find creative ways to connect with the kids even more than they had been in the past, because they really are starved for any social interaction, and they're starved for kindness and care.
Good about our microphones. All right, that was perfect. Perfect, Todd. Thank you. And that really does hit it right on the head. COVID has exacerbated exactly this circumstance, and now more than ever, the services of Big Brothers and Big Sisters is needed. And again, not only needed, but then we're trying to deal with really the cutbacks that may or may not come our direction. And so the Great Fish Community Challenge is more important than ever to our nonprofits right now to make sure that going forward throughout the end of the year and into next year, they have the funds available to operate. And so your help is definitely needed when it comes to supporting our nonprofits now more than ever. So now we get to introduce Paul Travis with Flathead Land Trust. Paul's going to talk about what's happening in the conservation life of Flathead Land Trust. Paul.
Oh, there. Thanks, Linda. I really appreciate it. Beautiful day today. Yeah, Flathead Land Trust, there's a lot going on in the conservation world, believe it or not. You know, we haven't seen any slowdown with our conservation programs, which is great news. In fact, we're busier than we've ever been that way. Certainly there's, you know, in-person events and things like that that we've had to cancel this year, unfortunately, but to keep everyone safe, that's an important thing. But the good news is it's not affecting conservation and folks around the Flathead Valley that want to do conservation with us. So that's great news. We have some significant projects going on that involve public access this year, which we haven't done a lot of before in the past, including a big one on Flathead Lake near Summers, which we hope will be a new state park. It's called Summers Beach. And we're working on that with the landowners and with the state of Montana, Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. And then there's another really big one that will involve public access near the town of Columbia Falls, which I can't announce quite yet, but the middle of August, we're going to be announcing that project. We'll make a big deal out of it because it is going to be a very significant conservation project.
That's true. And that's exactly what is also happening to a lot of our nonprofits. And as we've kind of passed this back and forth, I want to make sure you can see Paul as well. We're making the best of our situation. We're keeping everything outside. But the events that are being canceled, it makes it very hard for us to get in touch with our donors and the public and get that awareness to you of what we're doing. And so, you know, because of that canceled event and the lack of fundraising potential in that way, this is just another reason the Great Fish is so important to our nonprofits this year. So anything you can do to make sure that you're getting involved, no gift is too small. We're happy to help you here at the Community Foundation with any questions that you have when it comes to giving, the official donation forms and all. So please don't hesitate to give us a call. Come on down today to the donation booth and donate. And again, have those extra donations on top of your gifts, which will be throughout the morning. We've even received some donations already, so we'll start doing some drawings and we'll announce those over our YouTube live as well. Paul, do you want to say anything else? Any more information for us?
I just wanted to say how important that the Whitefish Community Foundation and the Great Fish Community Challenge has been to the Flathead Land Trust. And, you know, I'm sure all the other nonprofits that have been involved can say the same thing, but this has really been a game changer for us the last couple of years. It continues to be, and especially this year because of COVID and the impacts to everything else. It's extremely important for us for our fundraising. Like I said before, our in-person fundraising events had to be canceled. So very important, you know, even more so this year, but it's always been very important. And it's actually allowed us to do more conservation on the ground. So direct results, which is great news.
Excellent. Thank you very much. All right. Yes. No, we appreciate everything you do. Thank you. All right, so we're going to have a few more. We're also going to eventually debut the special t-shirt. I'm not going to show you everything that the t-shirt is this year, but it's really, really fun. And our winner of the incentive grant for designing the t-shirt will be with us shortly. And so we'll award the $500 winning grant to the nonprofit that's recipient has chosen. And you'll see that live here on YouTube shortly. And I'd love to be able to give a shout out to our crew over there working hard and everybody getting ready. Let me see if Lynette can get them lined up. Hey, Lynette. Get everybody lined up, and I'm going to do a shout out to all you guys. Okay, we can line you. Just the staff. Get the staff all lined up. We'll show you what we're doing. Hi. And as soon as we do that, then we'll introduce our next speaker here. There we are. Come on over here, folks. Let's just say hi.
Sure you do. Come on
Here they are. This is our fantastic crew. Face masks can come down momentarily. We're outside.
Want to say something, Daria?
Hey, everybody. Daria Perez. I'm the Vice President of Finance and Operations, and we're taking your donations here today.
Yeah, I'm Laura. I am our database manager and accounting assistant, and I'm helping with donations. We're excited to kick off a great campaign.
Thanks, Linda.
All right. We'll have them on again. They need to say more. They're doing fantastic work for our community. They're here every day. They're ready to take your donations. All right, Casey, come on over here.
Good morning.
All right, Casey's going to be with us here from the Chute Foundation, and she's going to tell us everything.
Everything, all of the things. Yes, thanks for having us today, Linda, and happy launch day. The Chute Foundation is dedicated to community suicide prevention. This year specifically, we're really focused on expanding our community education to empower our community to help those who might be struggling with mental health issues or thoughts of suicide or suicidal behavior. So what that looks like is more training for the community and for specific groups and organizations like schools or youth service organizations, or really anybody who's interested in getting the tools needed to face this issue that is so prevalent in our community and in our nation, and especially right now where anxiety levels are high, and we're seeing it here at our office, just way more calls about resources and what people can do. The other thing we're really excited about doing this year, Linda, is rolling out a consultation program where we will come and work with your organization or workplace to develop a full plan for you to deal with employees or staff members or participants of your organization that might be struggling. So helping with policy development, what it looks like when you see different levels of risk in your organization, because that's really what we're getting asked from the community. Is I had a call just yesterday. Hey, we've got this kid who we're worried about. We don't know what to do. And we give them some tools, but we also say, hey, let's come in and let's train your staff and let's get you guys a plan so that next time this comes up, you're prepared. It happens all the time in suicide prevention that we react. And so we're really trying to help our community be more competent, be more suicide aware by being proactive and being ready to face these issues from a true prevention standpoint. Yeah. We're really grateful, especially this year, for programs like the Great Fish, because all of our programs and services are offered at no cost to the community. So while our programs were intensely interrupted by COVID, thankful, thanks to our donors, we didn't lose any funding streams this year because of that. So that was really nice. We're chugging right along, but again, the demand for services is increasing with us. So yeah. And just a big thank you to all of you watching and all of our donors and supporters and the Community Foundation, the Circle of Giving, all the challengers, everything that you do for all of us. The other thing we want to do this year in an effort to get that program rolling of helping a more suicide aware community be built is we want to challenge all of the other 55 nonprofits participating in the Great Fish organization or the Great Fish Challenge to contact us and see how we can help their organization become leaders on the forefront of prioritizing how we care for mental health and suicide in our community. Yeah, we're excited. We've got new staff. I've got lots of help. They're wonderful. It's been amazing. It's really fantastic. Yeah. Thank you for having us. I hope it's a successful first day and challenge.
I hope so too. We've got a whole lineup today, but again, each one is so individual, and to hear from you and to hear what you're doing and how vital it is. Again, it's everything. It just seems to be exacerbated when it comes to the services that are in need right now because of COVID. And we hope this is going to be shorter lived than it seems to be at the moment. But again, right now, sure, we're doing fantastic. We've had people step up to the plate and give this year, and that's critical. And these dollars need to roll these nonprofits through the end of the year and into next year so that they can keep their budget strong, so that you can keep the staff.
Absolutely.
The staff that you've got
Yeah, and I think specifically for us and in the field of mental health in general, the impacts we're going to see of COVID and the isolation and the traumatic instances regarding job loss and financial insecurity and family conflict and all of those things, we're going to see that carry out for much, much longer than, past a vaccine, past kind of a return to normal. So it is incredibly important for us that we're responsive and ready to go to help people. Yeah.
Right. That is something that we don't think about. We're hearing a lot on the news about, trying to extend, benefits for people who have lost their jobs and they're stressed about, making their payments on things. We're stressed right now about seeing kids go back to school and should they go back to school? And if they go back to school, what's going to happen? We're stressed because of our elderly right now. And all that plays into the mental health. And a lot of times we don't think about that. But really, it's amazing to me that how much right now it does affect. You can't say anyone is not affected by what it does in our mental state. We just want we so want normalcy to come back, and unfortunately it's not. And so we need to be cognizant of that with everybody they're working with too. Yeah. So
it's a universal experience.
Yes,
right now,
it is.
Which is good because hopefully we can have more empathy and compassion for each other because we understand it.
True. Really true. All right. Well, thanks, Casey Howard and Nate Chute Foundation. And yes.
Thanks so much.
Bye. Thank you. All right. And let's see now. Who's next up? Oh, we're going to get the big chief here. We're not getting Lori Curtis. All right. All right. We have our leader here from the Whitefish Lake Institute. There you go. Start your introductions, please.
Good morning, Linda. Thank you for having me. And I want to send out a thanks to you and your staff for putting on this event. It's a great boost to the Whitefish Lake Institute nonprofits in Whitefish. So we're excited to be involved again this year. It's actually our 15th year anniversary. So it's kind of a crummy year to have a celebration. But we're pretty proud of what we've accomplished through the years and what we've done to protect water quality in Whitefish and for the broader community interface. And so, yeah, we have three key programming areas: science, education, and aquatic resource initiatives. So we're out there with our science program, month after month, year after year, collecting water quality data. And it's kind of boring, when you think you just have to doggedly collect this data over time to get any trend analysis and to figure out what's going on with our aquatic resources. So we do that in order for that data to be conveyed to the community and to decision makers so that they can make an informed decision. Our educational program is very active. We have multiple programs with the school districts. We have college interns. We work with adult groups to connect them with the resource. And we also do that with our wetland property. So we own about 30 acres directly across from the lodge at Whitefish Lake. And in 2013, we opened a public interpretive nature trail there. So it's a great venue for school groups to come, and we walk them through different interpretive stations. And it's actually a really good respite for community members to go. It's a nice flat trail. It's, stroller friendly, and it's a nice place to go kind of interface with nature if you have, just a little time over lunch or in the evening, that type of thing. So, and then we're very actively engaged in different aquatic resource initiatives. So one of them going on right now in particular is our fight against aquatic invasive species. So things like zebra mussels, Eurasian water milfoil, these are huge concerns if we're to get them in Whitefish Lake. I mean, they're game changers in terms of affecting water quality and also our local economy. So, of course, the Whitefish Community Foundation has been a big supporter of that program. Monies through the Great Fish support that. We also work on other long-term issues like septic leachate, which is a very complex, not only scientific water quality issue, but it's a social issue. So we've worked on that for years now, and we're going to continue working on that to promote effective change and solutions that are well-reasoned and allow us to improve water quality with minimal impact, if you will, to people in their pocketbooks and that type of thing. So between science education and aquatic resource initiatives, we're busy. We're a small staff of 3. And so just like the Whitefish Community Foundation, we're very passionate about what we do, and we're dedicated. And so, yeah, I'm excited that we're still here 15 years later, and it's largely to the generosity of this community and the support of the Whitefish Community Foundation. And we're looking forward to the next 15. So, yeah.
All right, Mike Kopel. Thank you very much. Mike Kopel actually is the founder of the Whitefish Lake Institute. So in case you did not know that, that's a very good fact to know. But I bet, when he started it, he probably didn't really think how critical it was going to be. Or maybe he did, because in today's day and age and what we're dealing with the invasive species, and this year especially, the number of boats and watercraft, not just boats, but all kinds of watercraft that you see coming through this town, and trying to keep up with that. And the fact that our water source is coming out of that lake as well. It's not, it's not just for recreation. It does come down to our water, and it's critical. So it's amazing that you've been there all this time to monitor it. What would have happened if you had not started that organization and been there monitoring it, and for all those years?
Well, I think Whitefish Lake would have been left without a voice. I think there would have been some cursory investigations looking at water quality, kind of punctuated in time, but the Whitefish Lake Institute offers this consistent long-term trend monitoring. So we basically have a fingerprint of the water quality for all the local streams in Whitefish Lake. And so that can be communicated. And one thing about water quality, it takes a long time to get this data and say anything about it. It's not just one water quality sample. You have to do it over time. And so it's that long-term approach, and that's where we ask people to support us to have vision for water quality, because it is a long-term investment. And one thing I'm excited about is we're coming out with an economic study of Whitefish Lake in partnership with the Flathead Lake Biological Station. And the preliminary draft the data shows that the economic impact, the shoreline property values, and even those property values set back from the lake are really benefited from having the lake there. And it's even more punctuated on Whitefish Lake than even Flathead Lake. And so I think that report's coming out in a couple months, and I think that'll be very telling in terms of how the lake and its quality drives our economic base. So property values, our local tax base, it's all intertwined, right? We can't have water quality without community support. And at the same time, that water quality is driving the economic base here in Whitefish, or is a very significant factor. So, but yeah, we started 15 years ago. We started with a desk and a phone and myself, and I volunteered my own time for a year and a half, 2 years, unpaid, to get the organization going. And so now 15 years later, to see where we are and what we're accomplishing in the community is kind of neat. So.
It's fantastic what you do. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mike, and Whitefish Lake Institute. All you do. All right. Good luck with the great fish.
Yeah,
okay.
thank you.
All right. So keep us on schedule here. Mark Galbraith is next up with Flathead Rapids, and he's going to tell you what's happening in our new and exciting world of soccer, which we so miss these days.
Do miss it, though. I was there 3 days this week playing and practicing and whatnot, so still keeping it going throughout the summer with everything that's going on. So we're here to talk a little bit about great fish and the rapids. If there was ever a time in which we needed to have an excuse or a reason or a way to get kids outside and playing, it's been what's gone on from this spring on. And there's just so many ways that we can try to accomplish that. But for us, those of us and families that have a passion for soccer and think it's one of the great ways to get kids out and outside and playing and being involved with a team sport, we do it basically through soccer. The simplicity of the game being that all you need is a ball and a piece of grass, and not even a piece of grass sometimes, that anybody can go out and do this and have a really good time, and can use soccer in so many ways to help improve their lives. Again, with everybody being quote locked up and locked down this spring, I think there's a real need for getting everybody out and talking and playing with kids and playing with other kids and keep going. We ran the way the virus affected us this spring was that we didn't run any spring programs at all, and we finally were able to run a rapid summer camp, which we did about 10 days ago. And it was so nice to get out in the field and hear this giant cloud of laughter going on as kids are running around playing with each other and a ball. Whether or not they're actually in a game or anything, it was just the fact that they were out playing and outside that seemed to get everybody such a rise about what was going on. So our goal for rapid soccer is trying to get as many kids as possible in that situation where they can come out and play, where finances are not a hindrance for them, their ability to come out and play. And so we try to offer programs that cover all levels of soccer for all ages of soccer, and we try to make sure that through fundraising that we don't have any limitations for financial reasons on people being able to play soccer. We work really hard to keep our registration fees as low as possible, and we use fundraising to do that. And we also will offer scholarship programs for families and kids in financial need who need help to be able to come out and play. Because again, there's no reason that finances have to be a deterrent for them being able to just come out to play. So that's basically the goal that we have, and how we benefit from Great Fish. Most of our kids who play are coming from young families who are starting off financially, and it's difficult for them in many times. So being able to participate in the Great Fish Community Challenge and having people from outside of soccer be involved who just look at the fact that kids need some help and families need some help to do the simple things of being outside to play. Great Fish provides us with that opportunity to help out with keeping our registration low or providing the funds necessary for families to be able to play. And it's hard and impossible for us to be able to do it without Great Fish and doing that every year. And this year, again, with everything that's gone on, it made it more imperative for us to do that. So, thank you very much.
All right. Thanks, Mark Galbraith. And it's so true with soccer. We've got, we want to make sure that soccer is available for all families, anyone in need, regardless of their ability to pay. So again, just like any of the other social services and the arts, our recreation is really, really important too. And we want these kids to be able to play, even if their families can't afford it. We want to try and keep those costs low. And so again, extra donations are actually needed to make sure that soccer can continue to exist. It is a serious need, and people love it. People are passionate about it. People that don't play are passionate about soccer. Carol and Richard, if you're out there listening, they love the soccer, and we love going to all the soccer games and seeing the kids of all ages play. And so again, it's just it's a wonderful sport, and we're so lucky to have the Flathead Rapids here in our community. And so now I want to introduce Lori Hetherington, and Lori from the Humane Society of Northwest Montana, and she's going to talk about what they're doing at the Humane Society right now.
Good morning, Linda, and thank you for this wonderful opportunity. And of course, at the Humane Society, with our new COVID restrictions, we're operating a little differently in that we are scheduling visits, meet and greets, adoptions, intakes, surrenders, gift and kind donations. We're operating 100%. It's just that we're doing it a little differently. And thank goodness we're all resilient during this time. We know we're going to get through it. And with your support, we're going to have a fantastic Great Fish Community Challenge. And we're just hoping that you want to come out and support these 55 nonprofits. And of course, we at the Humane Society have a house full of furry felines and canines that would love your support.
That's true. We do. Our little friends down there, they need some adoptions. And if they're not getting adopted, they need to be fed. And they probably need volunteers to come and help walk them and cuddle them and make them so that they're just wonderful domestic pets. So again, anything else you want to say, Lori?
we just want to share that the gifts that are designated for the Humane Society of Northwest Montana this summer are going to be used for our primary adoption program, which is a life-saving program that helps to spay, neuter, vaccinate, and generally provide all the care for the animals, in that we have to make vet appointments, we have to see that they're fed, and obviously love them up so that they're wonderful socialized pets and go into great homes. I've been at the Humane Society 14 years, and every year it's something new and it's more exciting, and we love it. And of course, we have, we plan to be here into perpetuity. We've placed over 5,000 pets into the community, and in forward thinking, we have placed endowment funds at the Whitefish Community Foundation, which is extremely important because, again, we plan to be here for all of our pets. And in the event that a family adopts a pet and wants to surrender that pet, we are there to take that pet back and rehome that pet. And that's why our endowment funds are very important to us. And we're very grateful that the Whitefish Community Foundation oversees that program, and an excellent program, I might add.
That's true. That's true. Building those endowment funds, that's critical. Also, building sustainability, especially in times like this when you've got such uncertainty coming in, we can make sure that we can get those contributions from an endowment fund and depend on those. In fact, the Whitefish Community Foundation has a strong endowment that we've been building for the last 20 years. And thanks to all the contributions from the board members and from legacy gifts, the Community Foundation's endowment basically is a tremendous support to the community today. And that's what endowments really can do for our community. So the Humane Society has one. We've got over 25 endowment funds for different nonprofits here at the Community Foundation that we are the stewards of. Very important. So, all right. Well, Lori, thank you, and good luck in the Great Fish. And thank you for all you do, too, especially.
Oh,
yes.
thank you. It's an honor. Thank you, Linda. Thank you very much.
All right. Now, I think we're going to do something really fun here and break up this section. I guess not yet. Are we announcing our T-shirt yet?
No, because we don't have our T-shirts.
Okay, so I'm sorry, we're not announcing it yet. So we wait for just a minute. Why don't we have Lynette talk to you about our donation booths that we're going to be doing throughout the campaign.
That's a great idea, Linda. So this year, we were so sad that we couldn't have our events, our usual events that we have, including our big launch party. But we really wanted to keep the campaign as visible as we could. And so we decided to set up pop-up donation stations every week on Thursday in a visible, highly visible location somewhere in the Flathead Valley. And you can find all of those locations on our website at whitefishcommunityfoundation.org under Great Fish. But next week will be our first scheduled donation station, and we will be downtown in Whitefish on the corner right in front of _Art and Jewelry, one of our Great Fish business sponsors. So we're very close to Montana Coffee Traders downtown. Donors dropping by will be able to give, and we have incentive grants, really wonderful incentive grant for every donation station. So for every donor that comes and gives $25 or more to one organization, or many organizations, can choose their favorite charity, and they will be entered to possibly win a $500 incentive grant for that charity. And the way that's going to work is you have to give at the donation station. You can give using a credit card, you can give with cash, or you can give with a check, and you will specify your favorite charity that you would like to enter to win, and we'll put your donation, your name, into a fishbowl, and we will draw one every single week. So the earlier you come to our donation stations, the better chance you have of winning, because your entry will stay in the fishbowl for the entire campaign unless it's chosen as a winner. Once you're chosen as a winner, then we will pull your entry from the fishbowl. But we're hoping to see lots of activity there. We start out, as I said, next week, right downtown on the corner in front of _Art and Jewelry. The next week on the 13th, we will be in Columbia Falls. Is that weekend, the 13th? Okay, that's perfect. At Glacier Bank, that's right, in Columbia Falls. And those hours are going to be from noon to 6. Our hours in front of _Art and Jewelry are going to be from 10 until 3. So we're going to try and keep those as busy as we can. Send your donors down or come down to us if you're not a nonprofit. And as I mentioned before, you can find all this information on the website, but we would love to see as much action at those as we can. And please, if you really have never given before during the Great Fish Community Challenge, come on down and ask us some questions. We love to talk about the great fish. We do it all year and we're pretty good at it. Anyway, I'm going to pass the microphone back to Linda. It looks like we have someone arriving momentarily, so we're almost ready to go.
All right, so we have got some donation fishbowl. And so Lynette is going to be bringing the donation fishbowl over in about 10 minutes from now. And we're going to start some drawings so that we can award some extra matching gifts. So if you're thinking about donating, you should start your donations now so we can get your name in that fishbowl. And we will award we'll probably do 3 drawings right away on that and giving away $25, $50, and $100 gifts, matching gifts on top of your other gifts. So again, this is extra dollars that the nonprofit will get in addition to the percentage match that we're going to do in the end of this campaign. And the percentage match, again, is it's unknown what it'll be. We will announce that at the October 26th awards event. We match on the first $20,000 for each nonprofit. And that percentage has ranged anywhere from 48 to 55% each year. So we definitely. All right. So it looks like we have got Craig's going to be with us. Excellent. All right. So we have the Whitefish Veteran Support Team here with us. Craig Solom, you are doing Whitefish Veteran Support Team, right, Craig?
That's correct.
All right. You're going to need a microphone because they can't hear you unless you hold that.
Right. It's a privilege to be a part of an organization that's supported by the Whitefish Community Foundation. Our group does a lot of different things to support, especially local veterans. Some of the events that we've done, our retreat that we were going to have was canceled, so we contributed $10,000 to the Veterans Food Pantry down in Kalispell a couple of months ago. We also reached out to the Montana Veterans Home in Columbia Falls and brought smart tablets and devices and earphones so that some of the residents there who no longer can receive visitors can now communicate with families and friends that normally would stop by and see them. We are also working with an organization called Commit, which links up veterans that are transitioning to do some one-on-one mentoring. We've got some retreats that have been executed in the past with veterans and also Gold Star family members, and those are spouses and children of servicemen and women that have been killed on active duty, and we've had some retreats for them, which have been very rewarding. So it's a privilege to get support from our community for the veterans that live in our midst and have to go long distances sometimes to get counseling and support. We've worked with the Federal Veteran Support Center in Kalispell to give money for gas cards to get some of our veterans to some of their medical appointments. Many times they're reimbursed for their travel, but in some instances they don't have cash to get there. So we've been able to help out in that regard and also work with the Vet Center to set up some events like lake fishing, golf clinics, and other activities to get our veterans out and involved in our community and meet other veterans and some of our community members that are very, very interested in showing how much we appreciate the sacrifices that they made during their active duty contributions to our nation. So thank you so much for supporting our organization through the Great Community or the Great Fish Challenge and the Whitefish Community Foundation, which vets our nonprofit and many others. So thanks for allowing me to just tell you a little bit about what our organization does and help our organization and others in the future. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thanks, Craig. Craig with the Whitefish Veteran Support Team, all volunteer board. He's on the board of directors. And they have been in the Great Fish Community Challenge for the last few years, doing work here that is really localized. They're not a big national organization. They work with vets. They do bring vets into our area that get to enjoy this incredible mountain town, and they work with the young Gold Star youth here in the Whitefish and Flathead Valley area. And as he said earlier, in this time of need, he worked with the Veterans Food Pantry of our Northwest Montana Veterans Food Pantry. They are located right in the Flathead, and a wonderful group that they do a thrift store, and we should have them on here in a little while as well and tell you more about them. All right, so now and I hope you're out there enjoying this back and forth, and it seems like sound quality has been pretty good. We use the microphone because the microphone drowns out the side noise. And so we make sure that we hold the microphone up to our mouths, and hopefully you don't hear the rumbles of car engines and such as it's going by, because we are doing this all outside at our donation booth. And if you're in the area or if you're thinking about it, it's a good time to come down here and donate. So now we've got some exciting things we get to do, because Hannah Plum is here with us from Flathead Youth Home. So first I want Hannah to talk about Flathead Youth Home, and then we have something else we're going to do.
Great. Should I leave my mask on? Take it off. There we go. Oh, yeah, it's hot out here. Well, I am just so grateful to be here and to be part of the Great Fish Community Challenge. We were talking the other day about how many organizations have events that are not going to happen this year due to COVID, and what a challenge that is, because that's when we do so much of our fundraising. We have a Dress to the Nines event in October, and that we decided earlier this summer that we were not going to hold it due to the COVID and just the care of our community. So to be part of the Great Fish has always been an amazing experience. It's been so important and become such a part of our fundraising. But this year, more than ever, it's our thing. It's the way that our community is going to be able to support so many organizations. So we are so grateful to the Whitefish Community Foundation for this. And they had no idea when this started so many years ago that it would really become so critical in our community and our organization. So thanks so much, and thanks to our community ahead of time for making this a great, great fundraiser and all the support that you bring to us. So I am with the Flathead Youth Home, and we care for kids in our community whose lives have hit a crisis. Often it's a crisis within their family. Sometimes it's abuse, neglect, mental illness, a lot of struggles that these kids have. They grow up without the things that I grew up with, 2 parents in the home, a lot of stability, safety. So when they come to us, their life has been turned upside down, and we are there to help them find stability again, to let them know they're safe, to let them know that there's adults that they can trust and care for. So we are just so grateful to be part of this community, and also to be able to keep kids in the community instead of sending them out of the area. We get to say, no, we want to care for you. This community, Whitefish, Kalispell, Columbia Falls, we want to care for you. So again, thanks so much for your support over the years. Thanks for your support with a Great Fish, and and for tuning in. So I think we might have something else going on here.
We do. We have something else happening. So this is kind of exciting. So since we have Hannah here, we get to announce the t-shirt design winner. And Miss Hannah Plum is our t-shirt design winner. Here's our wonderful t-shirt. Check this out. You know, you need to come down here and give, because you'll get one. So come and give. It is, let's see, Get Hooked, Giving for Good. Is that awesome? It's an awesome design. We loved it. And so Hannah is our winner. Now come on in here, folks. Hannah is making her instant grant. She will be awarding her instant grant for $500 to.
Oh, sorry. So this is the Chute Foundation. And for those of you who don't know about the Chute, do you want to say a couple words?
Yeah, if you're just tuning in, didn't see us a few minutes ago, we are a community organization dedicated to suicide prevention through education, awareness, and training and building a competent, suicide-aware community to help us all be stronger together.
So I chose the Nate Chute for personal reasons, and about 2 weeks ago, I had a friend in the community who committed suicide, and his father had committed suicide also. So it was a family grief, and he was a very special person to me. And I thought, what way to honor him, but to give the money to an organization that is working to support those who are struggling and to be within our community to help out there. So it was just a really neat way to honor my friend Sean, and also to support just a great organization. So thanks so much for all that you do.
Thank you, Hannah. Really appreciate it.
And we get to do one more thing. We actually pass that microphone around again because it drowns out the sounds on the side, so you can't hear if you're not using it. So, but we get to award Hannah her winnings for making the design. $250 to Hannah for being a designer. Yes, you did not know that? Yes, we added that this year because of the fact that we're not doing, our big event with the song and the song contest and the artists for that. And we wanted to encourage lots of great designs. And so we created an award for the artist, and you get to also give your $500 grant away. So yeah.
You guys just keep getting more and more amazing. Thank you so much. I did not know that was coming. So thanks. I don't know what I'll do with it, but I'm sure something, maybe once COVID is over, take a trip somewhere. Yeah. So thank you for all that you do, all of you.
All right. Excellent. Thank you. All right. So I think now that we've got time, we are going to do some drawings. So here's Lynette, and we have our fishbowl. Oh, here's my fishbowl. The fishbowl is here. Now remember, we're amateurs at at YouTube Live here, and we are doing this. All right. So we have Elizabeth Pittman. Elizabeth Pittman is a lucky winner, and we are awarding a $25 extra grant to FOFAC. Okay. And yes, it's $25, and it's a FOFAC, that is Friends of the Flathead Avalanche Center, and they are going to get that extra award on top of their other matching grants. So basically, it's kind of like a double whammy for Elizabeth's gifts today. All right, and And our next one is Bruce. Bruce, how do you say your last name? Adamant. Bruce Adamant. And Glacier National Park Conservancy. We are going to be awarding an extra $25 on top of Bruce Adamant's gift to Glacier National Park Conservancy. All right. Thank you, Bruce. And thank you, Elizabeth. All right. I think we're going to do one more. We got to get exciting here. All right. This one. And we have Patricia Jepson. Patricia Jepson is giving to the Whitefish Legacy Partners, and Patricia will get $100 added to her gift. So, Patricia, congratulations. Thanks for giving. And it was well worth it because an extra $100 is now going to go to Whitefish Legacy Partners. Folks are going to be doing this all day. So, up to $2,000 is going to be awarded today. It makes a difference for each one of these nonprofits. So if you're watching us and you're getting ready to give, please go ahead and make some donations online, or come on down here and drop off a donation in the parking lot. Really easy to pull right in here and make a gift and pull right out. And the nonprofits will love you for it. They are working hard. And hello. Okay, we've got a mask on. I'm trying to figure out who this is. Is that Emily? Yes. Emily, hi. You may take it off. All right. And we're going to just do a quick wipe down with our microphones. We've been manhandling. All right. You have to use the mic next to your face. All right.
Okay.
Go ahead. Oh, I didn't announce who you're with.
Oh, hello. Do you want it back?
No.
Okay. Well, I am Emily, and I am the director of Friends of Flathead Avalanche Center. And we are really excited to be here to help kick off the Fish Challenge this year. Thank you. There we go. No worries. FOFAC is the education and fundraising arm of the Flathead Avalanche Center. And for those unfamiliar with the center, they are the avalanche safety program run and operated through the Flathead National Forest in close partnership with other agencies around the valley, such as Glacier National Park. And their mission is to prevent the loss of human life, limb, or property due to naturally occurring or human-triggered avalanches through information and education for our community. And that takes its primary shape in their 7-day-a-week avalanche forecast that they put out each morning from around December through April. And our mission at FOFAC is to financially support the Avalanche Center and to save lives through avalanche education. And we are super excited to be here again, participating in the Great Fish Challenge. As with many, these funds are really key and critical for us to be able to carry forward our mission and to continue to provide the quality services, education, and information that our communities really come to depend on for their winter recreation. And for us this year, we have two main things that we are kind of fundraising for. Our primary purpose is for our education program. Our adult and youth education program reaches about 2,000 people annually. Last year, obviously, was a little bit of an anomaly, and there's still clearly a lot of uncertainty as to how we're going to continue to bring our quality education in the coming season. But for us, we know it's not a matter of if we're going to be holding our classes and doing these things, but just a matter of how we're going to change and adapt and be able to carry forward this really important part of our mission. And then you can learn more. We'll have that more or less finalized this fall. So we'll continue to post that information as we know more or less our game plan for the season. And you can get that information online at flatheadavalanche.org. And then the other thing that we're really fundraising for this year is our support of the Avalanche Center itself. And that support takes a few different forms, whether it's staff time to get forecasters in the field and processing observations, getting them to trainings and the tools and things that they need to do, or capital investments like snowmobiles or weather stations. There's been a little bit of press this week about our recently completed project up at Tunnel Ridge, which we're really excited about. And that's going to help us fill a huge void in our data from the Middle Fork region for those people who like to recreate in that zone. And just overall, these two pieces of our fundraising is just going to really help us round out our whole mission, just to keep our winter-loving community safe, educated, getting them the resources that they need to keep doing what they're doing, keeping their stoke high, but also trying to keep them safe throughout the season. So thank you so much for your continued support of this important work. We love being here in this community and serving all of you. And just thank you again. We can't wait to see you this fall.
All right. Thanks, Emily. And again, FOFAC just received an extra matching grant thanks to Elizabeth Pittman's donation. So that was good. Yeah.
Thank you. Just thank you again for your continued support, and check us out at flatheadavalanche.org.
Excellent. All right. Thanks, Emily. Okay. So we will do some more drawings here in just a few minutes. So time to make some more donations. And I know that we've got some more guests coming up here very shortly. So while we're waiting for more guests, we may actually, I believe everything seems to be going okay when it comes to visuals and such. We are doing this all outside on this wonderful day. Of course, it's supposed to be up into the 90s. And so we may have to do some movement here in just a few minutes to make sure that we're trying to keep everybody in the shade, or at least Mr. Computer in the shade. And our team is over there busy working. We've got nonprofits dropping by. And we are going to introduce one more special guest here. All right. We have Farmhands. Come on. All right. And this is Andrea. Andrea from Farmhands, Nourish the Head. She is going to tell us what's going on in the world of what Farmhands is doing and their critical work in this area.
Yeah, so if you didn't know, the mission of Farmhands Nourish is to build a strong community food system that fosters socially just ways of accessing food. And so food access has kind of been a big deal, especially since COVID-19 and everything happened. It seems like some organizations have kind of shut down, but we've only kicked into high gear. One of our programs, the Weekend Backpack Program in Columbia Falls, we usually serve around 260 kids every week while school's in session. And when school actually stopped, we actually more than doubled that, and we were serving 700 children a week. So we've been really busy with that program, and now with the summer happening, all of our food access programs at the farmers market have been really important, with our double SNAP dollar and Food RX. And we've also been working with the Whitefish farmers market to have a zero waste market. And so we've been composting everything from that market, and that's been really exciting. The Food RX program has actually kind of expanded this summer, which has been really exciting. People with chronic health conditions get referred to us, and we actually provide money for them to buy fruits and veggies at the farmers market every week. So it's been really exciting to see them enjoying that and actually raising their fruit and veggie consumption. Our primary use of funds that we're raising for the Great Fish Challenge is for the weekend backpack program. Like I said, that's probably our biggest program right now. And through the Day of Giving, we were actually able to raise a lot of money to fund that through the summer, as well as some private donors and a grant from No Kid Hungry. We were able to purchase a van, which has been amazing for our program. And so this round of the Great Fish this year, we're really trying to raise a lot of money for that program to fund it through the next school year. We have really good bags that the kids really like and enjoy, and the food is really great. So we want to be able to keep that going and provide high quality food for the children.
It is truly amazing what Farmhands Nurse of Flathead has stepped up to do in Columbia Falls with their program. That program, which was normally only seeing about 250, right? It's like 750 now. That is a tremendous increase. And we've been able to get them a van recently through some donations, private donors stepping up. And that was fantastic from Sherry and Dave Lazar. We, kids right now, they're not in school. And in the summertime and even last year when school let out early, farmhands all of a sudden had to just step up to the plate and figure out how we were going to get these kids fed. They're at home. We were basically almost in lockdown at the time. And what are the kids going to do? I mean, these families are trying to make ends meet. They're used to their free and reduced lunches. And so we're so grateful for what Farmhands was able to do in the whole Columbia Falls area. It was a very large area that you're serving.
And I do want to shout out to the Columbia Falls School District, because the only reason we're able to distribute that many meals and bags was because of the way they were distributing their meals. We were actually able to put our meals on the buses, and that's the only way we could have ever made that happen. We're a very small operation. We only have 3 staff members. We rely on volunteers for a lot of our programs. So it's really amazing when we get that community support.
Excellent. Thank you, Andrea. Thank you for being here and for telling us what's happening. We really appreciate your time and all you do. And Gretchen, who is not with us today, too, one of the leaders of Farmhands, doing wonderful work here in the Valley. So thank you. All right. Okay, so we have Glacier Institute on their way over here to do a little talking. And then we'll do some drawings right after that. And so let me introduce you here. We've got Anthony Nelson with the Glacier Institute, and he's going to tell you what's happening.
Awesome. Thanks, Linda. Hey, everybody. Thank you. First, I want to say thanks to the Whitefish Community Foundation for hosting this event. This is obviously really, really important for a lot of different nonprofits in the Valley, and this year especially. And I want to tell you guys a little bit about how COVID has affected the Glacier Institute. But first of all, for those of you who don't know, the mission of the Glacier Institute is to strengthen connection to the natural world through outdoor education, which has become so much more important right now than it ever has been before. There's so many kids that are stuck inside right now. They're doing all their schooling indoors. They're spending a lot more times on screens, which is what we have to do. And the teachers are doing a fantastic job of making that happen. But kids are not spending as much time outdoors as they should be. And it's been actually really, really refreshing. Some of the kids groups that we have been able to run this year, we are running them at half capacity, but the kids that do come, it's been so cool to see them come and just see other kids and be able to interact with other kids and get outside and enjoy the outdoors together and learn together. It's been absolutely amazing to witness that this year, more so than we have in the past. We have been affected in a lot of ways. The adults haven't been signing up for courses nearly as much as they have in the past, which is honestly one of our biggest revenue makers. The Big Creek Kids Campground. A lot of you guys know, if you've spent any time in the Flathead Valley for any duration, you've at least heard of Big Creek if you don't have memories there yourselves. And I love to hear those memories, by the way. If you guys ever want to reach out and tell us about those, we love to hear those stories. So many people have cool stories about spending their childhood summers out at Big Creek and learning from the staff there. The experiences that kids have out there are sometimes really, really life-changing for them. We hear story after story about kids that come out. Some kids that are from the inner city that honestly have never really spent time in the outdoors, we're able to bring them out to Big Creek and give them an experience that they wouldn't otherwise have. And one of the most exciting things for us is that we have never turned a kid away from coming to camp because of finances. We have a scholarship program for kids, and we have never turned, since the beginning of the Glacier Institute in 1983, we've never turned a kid away from camp for not being able to afford it. And we're continuing to do that even through COVID. And this is one of the biggest ways that we're able to do that, is through the donations that we receive through the Great Fish and all of the other programs that we have. So important, especially this year, so important. And so thank you everybody who is considering donating right now. Also want to put a little plug in there for the adult programs that we have. I have personally experienced how awesome they are. I've only been the director since January and have been going on a lot of courses to learn from the instructors. And I'm a nature guy. I love, historically, I've been kind of an animal guy, but I've been learning about the wildflowers and learning about the mushrooms. And it's really cool to experience Glacier in a different way, to be able to look around. One specific example, I learned about one of the mushrooms that's been growing over the last couple of months called the hamburger bun boleyn, which is a really cool mushroom. And I was up with my in-laws here a couple of weeks ago hiking, and I was able to point out to them, hey, this is the hamburger bun boleyn. This one's unique because it has circles underneath instead of slats that a lot of other mushrooms have. Those little types of things help you to feel more connected to the outdoors, and learning those types of facts. You know, why are the Rocky Mountain goats so good at climbing? Why are they able to walk on the tiny, tiny little shelves up high in the mountains and not be worried about falling off? All those little things that you can learn, you can teach others when you bring them up to the park. Really, really valuable and really important. And it helps you to feel more connected to the natural world, which is what we're trying to achieve. And so, again, thank you everybody who's considering donating for us and for all of the other nonprofits. This is a huge deal for the Glacier Institute and for a lot of other groups that are doing this as well. So thank you again to the Great Fish for hosting this. It's awesome.
Thanks, Anthony. And you know what? I want you all to go and Google that now, the hamburger bun boleyn. That's great trivia. And also, I think the other trivia is we all should Google, goats. Otherwise, sign up for a Glacier Institute class so you can learn those things. We want to also make sure that when we come out of this COVID phase and get back to some new normalcy, we really want to make sure that Glacier Institute is still there for us. This has been such a valuable resource for kids. So again, your donations really matter to organizations like this that have had to cancel events and have their numbers, their events, their classes have been cut down and cut out. We need to make sure that they're still here tomorrow for us. So again, your donations count, folks. All right. Thanks, Anthony. Thank you. All right. So we do have I want to put Pam on because Pam is getting hot in her outfit. And so I want Pam to come over here and talk to you. And so here comes Pam. All right. Pam is on her way. She's swimming. She's swimming in. All right, Pam. And we're going to introduce Pam here from North Valley Hospital Foundation.
Hi, I'm Pam from North Valley Hospital Foundation. And our foundation is a nonprofit, and our sole purpose to support healthcare needs for North Valley Hospital. This is our 6th year participating in the Great Fish Challenge. Years past, we've provided 3D mammography for breast cancer screening here in the North Valley. We've provided expanding our birth center to accommodate more births. We've been able to provide a simulation lab for training of our staff. We've provided school-based clinic mental health care for our youth in the schools. And lastly, we provided TMS, transcranial magnetic stimulation, which is a new therapy to help patients who are fighting depression. And this year's goals, our primary goal is two-faceted. We're raising equipment for 2 of our hospital departments. First of all, in our emergency room, we need to update with better and more technical equipment for eye wound care. So we're going to purchase this slit lamp here, as well as a tonometer. Tonometer measures the eye pressure in your eye. So when you come into North Valley Hospital with a eye care wound or trauma, we have the best technology for our physicians to take care of you with. And with that, we need this rolling table cart. The cart will then be able to be moved into whichever emergency room suite that we need for the physicians to take care of you with. So the total package of the emergency room equipment is $24,000. The second part of this year's primary goal is raising money for our education department. Here at North Valley Hospital, we are the proud owners of HAL. HAL is this simulation dummy here. He is very technological. He's a big boy. He's 135 pounds. And this year, because of COVID, he's in high demand for simulation trainings. He's being moved all over the area to clinics and other healthcare facilities to do simulation lab trainings. And to do that and get him there to and back safely, we have this specialized cart stretcher to move him on. The second part is this video equipment. So we need to be able to video the simulation lab training with the physicians and healthcare staff. What this provides them is that they can now debrief after their training. They can look back at the video, they can critique it, they can see things that they did well, and they can look at things that they need to improve on. So the total package number for this special stretcher for Hal and the video equipment is $21,000. So that's a total of $45,000 for our primary goal for this year's Great Fish. At North Valley Hospital, we set the bar high. And our secondary goal is to provide money for our hospital endowment. Our hospital endowment is the future of tomorrow for a hospital. And the larger the endowment, the bigger our disbursements are each year. So we can do one of two things with our disbursements. We can either roll them in to next year and we can save for big ticket items, or we can send our executive director, Alan Satterley, and he meets with the hospital administration and they go through a list of criteria as to what the highest needs of the hospital are at that time. So the bigger our endowment, as we grow it, the bigger our disbursements, the bigger payoff we have for patient-centered care. Lastly, North Valley Hospital Board of Directors wanted me to personally thank the Whitefish Community Foundation, their staff, their board members, their volunteers, their donors, community supporters, everybody, because with the Great Fish Challenge, all 51 nonprofits are winners, and we're hoping that you check North Valley Hospital on your menu of donations, and we hope that you're able to check many more nonprofits. And again, we thank you. Whitefish Community Foundation.
Great. Perfect. Thank you, Pam. So that was Pam Ellis from North Valley Hospital Foundation. Oh, we have to see Pam's fish costume again as she stands up because it's just too lovely. And North Valley Hospital Foundation and the hospital staff do such a great job every year of wearing the fish costumes. They hold Fish Friday lunches at the hospital during the Great Fish Community Challenge. That was kind of scary, but sorry about that. And they just do a ton of work promoting the campaign. They've always been excellent participants in the color run, and we've always just appreciated having them as part of the campaign. So I'm actually going to take this off because I'm having trouble speaking with it on. Next up, we have the Whitefish Community Center. Don Stolte is representing the Whitefish Community Center, and he's here to talk a little bit about their programs and what they're trying to accomplish with their Great Fish Community Challenge grant. They definitely are an organization that has been seeing significant increase in demand for their services. So without any further ado, here's Don Stolte. Wait.
Okay. Yeah, I'm here for the Whitefish Community Center. I've been involved with the Community Center for 8 or 9 years, and we do many things, but the main thing we do is Meals on Wheels. And as the coronavirus has come along this spring, we've had to do a number of things. We've had to shut down our congregate meals, but our Meals on Wheels has picked up. Unfortunately, some of the things the Community Center does has exercise classes and groups come in and play cards, and all that has kind of come to an end. And our building is kind of in the process of maybe getting reworked. The building next door has caused some structural damage to our building. They're in the process of working out arrangements to get that fixed. Hopefully later this fall towards winter, that will be done. But I can say, as our Meals on Wheels, I encourage everybody that knows somebody that could possibly use a meal on wheel to get a hold of the community center. We want to increase our meals that we deliver. And I know just personally going to Meals on Wheels, everybody that gets Meals on Wheels is excited to have somebody come knock on the door and say hi, because sometimes it's the only person that they see during the day. And they really appreciate our coming. And if any of you people out there know anybody that would like to have meals delivered Monday through Friday, and we also have weekend meals available to be delivered on Friday, we'd love to have you get a hold of us.
So that's wonderful, Don. But I had a question for you about Meals on Wheels. A couple questions. Firstly, I believe you're the only Meals on Wheels provider in our area. And secondly, I know that when I'd spoken to some staff at the community center, they had said that you'd had a tremendous increase in the demand for Meals on Wheels. So I was just wondering if you could tell us, a little bit more about that and how, you're making those ends meet, because that's a tough thing to do.
Well, beginning of probably when the city and we shut down pretty much everything at the community center, it's been probably 2.5, 3 months since we've had congregate meals. We've added things to our Meals on Wheels, we've added some health things along with, we have masks available and cleaning materials. We've added more treats to the Meals on Wheels. We've made an effort to extend our Meals on Wheels and get more people involved, which is kind of difficult as many times as we've tried. It is somewhat difficult, but everything seems to be going good. I mean, like I say, our pickup in Meals on Wheels has been tremendous. Every route has more people that they're delivering to, and it's just, it's been very positive, actually. We're hoping that maybe later this fall we can get back to congregate meals, because we've got 8 or 9 people that really enjoyed coming every day. It was a time of socialization. And that's kind of our goal, to get back to our congregate meals, because these people are just desperate to get out for socialization.
Thank you so much, Dawn, for coming and joining us today. You know, we wish the community center, of course, the best of luck as always. And we're so pleased that you're participating in the Great Fish Community Challenge after taking a year off. We've missed you, so welcome back.
Yeah, we missed you as well, and we're excited to be back.
Great. That's great. Thanks for coming by today. Okay. Hi, everyone. So in case you're just tuning in, I'm Annette Donaldson. I am the Programs and Outreach Officer here at the Whitefish Community Foundation, and we are running a YouTube Live event all day today. We want to drum up excitement for the campaign that we're very excited about, and we're very pleased that July 30th has finally rolled around because we've been anxious to get going on this campaign. So in order to keep the momentum going with our incentive grants, we would like to make a few more drawings just now. I believe we're going to draw 2 or 3, Daria? Okay, we're going to actually do 4. So let's see what we can pull out of the fishbowl. So we have had plenty of donors come by today donating in the parking lot, which you're welcome to do anytime. You can drop by a donation, and we have donor forms here. Welcome to give us a check. We'll take some cash. We're happy to run your credit card. And we've also had plenty of people giving online. And every gift that comes in that is $25 or more to one organization or multiple organization, for every $25 or any $25 or more gift, you fill out a donation slip. They look like this. I'll just draw one out. You fill out one of these, and it goes into our fishbowl for every gift you make. And that gift has the opportunity to be drawn and win an additional matching grant. So right now we're drawing a matching grant. And this one is, wow, it's Casey Howard. Casey Howard is the winner, and she's given to the Center for Restorative Youth Justice, and she's given $25. And that's actually really timely because we've got CryJ coming up to speak to us right after this. So Casey's gift. I hope she's watching right now. The next one. Okay, this one is Jennifer Saverwine. She's given to the Flathead Community College Foundation, and that will be another $50 to the Flathead Valley Community College Foundation for her gifts. So thanks very much for giving, Jennifer, and I know FECC Foundation is going to love that. Okay, so the next one we have is, my goodness, Casey Howard again. See, this is what happens when you come by early. So if you come by and visit us early, your slip stays in the fishbowl all day. And so you have increased chance of winning. So Casey is given to Whitefish Legacy Partners, and that will be another $25 matching grant going to Whitefish Legacy Partners today. One more. Okay, let's do one more. So what have we got? It's hard to pull them out one at a time. Oh, hilarious. Guess what? Okay. Casey well, she probably gave to everybody. Casey Howard gave 4 gifts, and we just drew 3 of them, and we stirred up the fishbowl every time you saw me do it. So Casey gave to Flathead Area Mountain Bikers, and they are going to receive another $25 matching grant. So once again, Casey, we love you. We love everything the Nate Chute Foundation does. And thank you for coming down and giving early. All those organizations you gave to, definitely appreciate that. So thanks very much. So next up, we have the Center for Restorative Youth Justice, CryJ. We have Andrea Bachman, who's to visit with us. And I'm going to hand the mic over to her and let her tell you about some of the great work that CryJ does. Just give me 1 minute.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Just go for it. Okay. Sure. First, I want to thank Casey Howard and just acknowledge that the Nate Chute Foundation is a meaningful partner of CryJ's. We work with teens, up to 200 teens in the Flathead Valley, from Columbia Falls, from Kalispell, from Whitefish, from Big Fork, every year to support them and their families in healing harm that was caused. And also, we do this work through youth empowerment workshops, job skills workshops, building connection, understanding better communication. And in the summer, we operate a lot of our work at a garden near Kalispell Middle School. So this summer has been a little different, but we have been able to meet once a week with our teens at the garden. And we are masked and at a distance, but they're still getting to put their hands in the ground and grow and harvest food. Right now, raspberries are really in. So it's been a really different kind of year, but we are still moving forward as best we can to connect with teens and provide them with resources to help them live happy and joyful and connected lives. And we know that teenagers are maybe struggling more than we think right now, and that we aren't reaching all the kids that may need some extra support. So your support and interest in the Great Fish Challenge really helps. I want to read you our use of funds statement for this fundraiser. So if you choose to donate to CryJ through the Great Fish Challenge, your funds will be used to support vulnerable local teens as they employ meaningful life and job skills, explore self-awareness and healthy decision-making tools, and strengthen connection with their communities. And your support will be impactful throughout the year and into their future. So thank you so much, and really glad to be here.
Thanks, Andrea. So I actually have a couple questions for you. So I know that you work very closely with the school district. I know that you work closely with the school districts in Kalispell, and then also I think in other communities as well. And I was wondering if you could just tell us a little bit about that, because I think people, when you say justice system diversion, they don't really understand what that means. And I personally find what CryJ does to be very interesting. So can you just tell us a little bit how you keep kids out of the involved in the justice system and how you work with the schools?
Sure. So our work with teens comes through 3 different referral sources right now. One is the youth court, one is the city court, and one is the Kalispell Public Schools. And occasionally we'll have a community referral, which is a parent or a counselor encouraging their youth to be a part of our program. And the diversion that CryJ does is really to provide a different opportunity for healing from whatever harm has been caused. So instead of picking up trash on the side of the road or volunteering with an organization that may have nothing to do with what was going on for that teen, they're working alongside other teens to take accountability for what happened, and also to really dive into like what makes them tick, who are they, and how can they grow in that way. So we're really hoping to support teens in finding a direction that really serves them, instead of just punishing the harm that was caused, actually supporting them moving in a direction that benefits them. And so we work with the schools through the School Justice Partnership, although that's been different since school's been out, and we're curious to see what happens this fall.
Wonderful. Okay, so that's great. I really hope everybody enjoyed hearing from you today. And I don't know if you have something else that you would like to add, but if not, then, thank you so much for participating in the Great Fish Community Challenge. We've known Burkett, of course, and Catherine, so it's always nice to see one more face from CryJ. And I hope your summer programs are going okay during these super challenging times, right? Right. Okay, thanks very much, Andrea.
Bye, everyone.
Very nice to meet you. Okay, so as we continue on here with our YouTube Live event, we have another wonderful nonprofit who's new to us this year in the Great Fish Community Challenge. They are not, my mask is falling off here, right? So this is always good. They are not new to us as an organization. They have been applying for community grants, and we've been familiar with their work and very pleased to work with Montana Conservation Corps for a long time. But this is their first time to participate in the Great Fish Community Challenge. And I would like to welcome Carol Bibler, who I believe is their board chair, to participate here with me and tell you a little bit about their work, especially the work that they're doing in the Flathead Valley, because I believe their use of funds is funding those programs. So without further ado, here's Miss Carol Bibler.
Thank you so much, Lynette. I'm so happy to be here and grateful to the Whitefish Community Foundation for all you do for the Valley. I am board chair of Montana Conservation Corps, and our organization inspires young people through hands-on service to our public lands and to our communities. And so the way we do that is to get young people out addressing the backlog of needs on our public lands. They are working for the Forest Service, the Park Service, the state parks, restoring trails and habitat, repairing bridges, getting rid of noxious weeds. Just for example, a few of our projects in the Flathead this summer have involved weed mitigation on Wild Horse Island, clearing a badly overgrown deadfall trail, the Bear Dance Trail near Big Fork. We've been up in the Cabinet Mountains working. We've been getting rid of noxious weeds in Glacier National Park. Those are just a few of the projects that our young people have been doing here in the Flathead. We were hit pretty hard with COVID. Our cash flow is always low in the early in the season, in the months of March and April, before our young people are getting out there and our organization is getting paid to do the work they do. And so when the Forest Service, Park Service, BLM canceled our early season March and April projects, we were in a real financial bind. And unfortunately, we had to lay off a number of staff. Furthermore, we decided it would not be safe to run our youth crews. Those are the teenagers still in high school and middle school. You know, we have to spend a lot of time in vans, a lot of time in tents and shared spaces, and just didn't feel we could do that this year. But the good news is our older young people, what we call the young adult crews, have been out busily working on all the kinds of projects that I just described, and they've been getting huge accolades for the important work they've been doing. Your donation to Montana Conservation Corps through the Great Fish Challenge will help us rebuild our youth programs for 2021. And that means that teenagers in the Flathead will once again get to participate in this no-cost programming that gets them out in nature, gets them doing meaningful service work, gaining valuable job skills, developing a strong work ethic, and learning how important it is to give back to our communities while having a really good adventure. So with your help, we can make sure those programs are strong for 2021. We can also fund our legendary or very well-renowned leadership development program. That program, it trains our crew leaders. So before they ever go out in the field and start leading crews, our crew leaders, we invest several months of training in them. Things like group dynamics, health and safety, how you continue to motivate a group of young people when the going gets tough, the weather's bad, the bugs are bad, it's hard sleeping in a tent and being away from social media and being away from your friends, how you continue to inspire them and keep them going. All of that goes into our leadership training, and that costs money. We're not making any money while we are training those young people. So that will be another important use of the funds that you hopefully will be sending our way.
Thank you so much, Carol. So one thing I think we've all noticed through COVID is how, fortunate we are to live in a beautiful place where we can recreate outside, and, how important that is really to all of us. I think, so many people are out there. I've never seen it so busy in the areas that you directly work in. And I was just wondering if you had any sort of unique perspective on that, if you've heard, from donors or from the public, their thoughts about that or their appreciation of your work.
We hear those positive comments all the time. And just for example, on the 4th of July, I was over at Wild Horse Island. It was a very busy place, of course, because everybody wanted to be in that beautiful state park on the 4th of July. And the volunteer hosts, a couple from Florida who are living at Wild Horse Island all summer to make sure that visitors are behaving responsibly and so forth. They did not know who I was. They did not know I had any association with Montana Conservation Corps. But For some reason, they brought up the fact that this wonderful group of Conservation Corps young adults had just been there the previous week and had not only pulled and sprayed all kinds of noxious weeds that were becoming a real problem. They had also assisted an older gentleman who was visiting and suddenly had heart problems, I think it was, and they dropped what they were doing to go help this man and administer some first aid. And they were just going on and on about how wonderful these young people were. And I couldn't help but then interject and say, well, I'm really happy to hear that because I am associated with this organization. So we do get lots of good feedback. So many trails, if you tried to get out early season in April or May and your favorite trail was covered in down timber, that's where we were, once it was safe to do so, we were getting calls from our project partners saying, please come help. We need your young people to clear these trails. And so we do get good feedback.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for coming by to see us today, Carol. Once again, welcome to the Great Fish Community Challenge. We're thrilled to have Montana Conservation Corps as a participant, a first-time participant this year, and we hope for many years to come. Thank you. So next up, we have Miss Cora Arnold, and Cora is with Flathead Cancer Aid Services, and she's been with them for some time. And I am going to let you tell her all about Flathead Cancer Aid Services and what they do.
Okay. Well, thank you, Lynette. I really appreciate your this opportunity that Great Fish is giving us to talk about our organization. Again, this is Flathead Cancer Aid Services, and we provide for Flathead Valley residents that are facing cancer and seeking treatment. We help pay their everyday bills like their mortgage, their rent, utility, car payments, things that your regular health insurance doesn't pay. During when they're seeking treatment, it really does help to be able to not have to worry about that mortgage payment. And some individuals that are fighting cancer, they won't even seek treatment because they're afraid of the burden that it's going to place on their family. We serve around 30 to 40 families every year. We would love to expand that and also expand the dollar amount that we provide to these people. It's, everybody's been affected by cancer one way or another. Somebody who's got cancer, you've had cancer yourself. Everybody's affected by this. In some cases, some people are financially strapped because they can't work, or their wife needs to be taken care of, their child needs to be taken care of. And then in other cases, it's emotional support that is needed. Maybe that's not financial, but cancer is a serious thing and it affects people in different ways. But our organization tries to alleviate those burdens of the financial burdens. We'd like to thank Great Fish, Whitefish Community Foundation. Without you guys, we would not be able to reach as many people as we do, because this is one of our main organizations. We don't have a face or a storefront or an office or anything. It's just word of mouth and the fundraising and that we do, and you're just such a big part of it, and we really thank you for that. We've been very blessed in the last couple of years or more, some generous anonymous donors. And I mean, they're huge donations, which have set us to where we could get the full match from the foundation. And not only that, thousands of dollars to go to the patients. 99% of our resources go to the patients. We are not a paid staff or anything. So just know that any of those donations that you're giving to us go to the recipients.
So I have a question for Cora. We love Flathead Cancer Aid Services, and I believe they've been with Great Fish Community Challenge since inception. But we all know that we're struggling with COVID-19, and I'm just curious: are you seeing families are suffering, and is that mean that the demand for your services has increased, or what are you hearing out there in the community about that?
I actually have that on my list because COVID-19 has really put a lot of strain in many different ways. first of all, raising funds is going to be a little bit more challenging for us this year, but we're on for the tackle. I'm going to talk about that for a few minutes here in a bit. But also on the other end, for just bringing awareness to what we do is really important because what is it called? The alternative surgeries or there's a word for it. I can't come up with it right now. That they're not doing these surgeries for these patients. The cancer people, the people with cancer aren't going to the hospital to be diagnosed with cancer. So they're sitting at home. So we're not going to probably have as many people coming to us for help because they're not getting the diagnosis. They're not getting, we have 2 navigators at the hospital that tell the client, the patient, give them the resources like us, that we're there to assist them. So if they're not going to the hospital, they're not going to get the word out. So this Facebook page hopefully will reach some people that are fighting cancer right now and are dealing with the financial struggles that, go to our website, flatheadcanceraid.org, and check us out and fill out an application. We'll see if we can help you. Since it is kind of challenging for us, this year we are teaming up with the Stumptown Art Studio. And we have created a campaign called Art of Healing. Now, that's not a unique saying, but it speaks exactly what the campaign that we want to reach out to people. So we're going to paint 75 rocks, and it's going to have a butterfly, and the body is going to be a paintbrush. And we're going to create a Facebook page called Art of Healing WF. For Whitefish. And if you find one of these rocks that we're going to post next week or hide next week around Whitefish, you can post it on that Facebook page and share it, and then come down to Stumptown Art Studio and spin the wheel for a little prize. Maybe you'd like to post a rock that you find in memory of somebody that you know that has had cancer or in honor of somebody that is struggling or has passed with cancer. Right now, we're still working out a few of the details. I'm sure Stumptown will talk about it as well. But if you need, when we get to it, you want more details on it, go to the Stumptown Art Studio website or our website, the Flathead Cancer Aid Service website, and the Facebook page Art of Healing. And we just really covered all of the donations that you give us. And I want to just take a moment to read this little motto that we came up with. So, go explore Whitefish, find a rock, post it to our Facebook page, and get a spin at Stumptown Art Studio. Let's keep the message going. The art of healing. Art can heal. Art can inspire. Cancer can be beat. Join us in our campaign to spread the word of the art of healing.
Very good. Thank you so much, Cora, for that. I'm looking forward to finding a butterfly, right? And I want to just reiterate again, we're here on this great day and this launch party, and we have YouTube Live going on. So, if you have a friend that is struggling, that maybe hasn't been to the hospital and is worried about getting a diagnosis that they don't want to hear about, or because due to COVID, they aren't seeking healthcare services, they can reach out to Flathead Cancer Aid Services, and I'm sure Flathead Cancer Aid Services can put them in touch with the people that they need to reach. So thank you for that. And we're looking forward to hearing more about the Art of Healing from Stumptown Art Studio later today. And yes, good luck in the Great Fish Community Challenge, and thank you so much for participating. So it looks like we have more incentive grants to draw, and I can also bet that we're not going to draw a bunch more given on behalf of Casey Howard, because we've drawn all of her gifts already today. There's still more in there, Daria says. So let's have a shake up, and we're digging around, and our first one is going to be okay, we've got Cindy Schlesinger, and she has given to Farmhands Nourish the Flathead, and she is going to have an extra $25 added to her gift. So that will go to Farmhands Nourish the Flathead. Okay, so sorry, I have to readjust my math. It's okay if all these little slips have, been contaminated by me and my bleachy hand. Okay, the next one we have Karen Mellon, and she's given to Glacier Institute, and that's going to be a $50 incentive grant to Glacier Institute. So thank you so much, Karen, for giving, and I'm sure Anthony and everyone at Glacier Institute will really appreciate that. So who do we have next? digging around, and we pull out Albert Liston. And Albert gave to the match fund, and he gave $25 to the match fund. So thank you, Albert. That will be matched. We'll put a match on it. So that the way the match fund works, for those of you that don't know, is the Whitefish Community Foundation launches the Great Fish Community Challenge with a $200,000 match. And that match challenges everyone in the community to give. And we grow the match. You can donate to the match, which Albert did, which we really appreciate. Thank you so much, Albert, because at the end of the campaign, that gift will be every single nonprofit that's participating will share in that gift. So as a match fund grows, so does our Great Fish matching grant at the end of the campaign. I'm having huge trouble with my mask. And at last year, we gave 49% match on the first $20,000, the maximum that each nonprofit raised. And that equated to a $9,800 maximum matching grant. So thank you, Albert, for making a difference with that and for giving me the chance to talk about the match. The last one, Daria? Okay. Wow, here we have Patricia Jepson. And Patricia, we may have drawn earlier as well. So Patricia gave to ChildBridge, and that will be a $50 gift added to her gift that will go to ChildBridge. So thank you so much, Patricia, for coming by early in the day. We have now drawn 2 of yours, and we've drawn quite a few of Casey Howard's. So we really appreciate you dropping by to give. And also, we appreciate everyone who's come to visit us in our parking lot today, dropping off a gift, coming by to say hi. I have to tape my mask behind my ears, or take it off, I guess, is the thing for the moment. So next up, we have Shepherd's Hand Free Clinic. Shepherd's Hand that's here to visit with us. We have Jennifer Hyatt. She's the executive director at Shepherd's Hand. And I'm going to pass the microphone to her, and she can tell you a little bit about all the great things that they do.
It smells like pitch. Sorry, that's great. Great. So thank you, Lynette, and thank you to all of you here from the Whitefish Community Foundation. So let me just give you a little bit about Shepherd's Hand. Our mission is to support and improve the health and well-being of those in need. And the way we do that right now is through a free medical and dental clinic. We are partnered also with North Valley Hospital and Kalispell Regional, and they help allow free lab and radiology testing to all of our patients, as well as specialty referrals. So we were really able to provide comprehensive and quality healthcare to those in our community who are in need. So this year we are raising funds for direct program support. And for us, one of the big chunks of that is prescription medication assistance. So we know that many really struggle on a monthly basis just to meet their financial obligations. And a lot of people will forego altogether or stretch out their medication so they take less than their prescribed amount. And we really don't want to see that happen. We want people to know that we are here and that we will cover the costs of those medications that we prescribe through Shepherd's Hand. So that's a big asset to those who are in need right now.
I have a question for Jennifer about that. And I don't think you mentioned it earlier, but I apologize if you did. But how would a person who is in that type of need reach you? Would they need to come to clinic, or can they get in touch with you? What's the best way to find you?
Sure. There's actually a few ways you can get in touch with us and find us so that we may provide help. An easy way is to call us. We are always available to answer the phone and help guide you through whether or not you need to come in, or whether we can help through sort of a telehealth sort of situation. But so you may call us anytime, or you can find our contact information either on our Facebook page or our website, which is www.shepherdshand.com. So all that contact information is right there. So we're ready, willing, and available to be here to come help.
And are you guys seeing at Shepherd's Hand a change sort of in how people can reach you due to COVID-19? How has that affected Shepherd's Hand Free Clinic, or Shepherd's Hand in general?
Yeah, so we have had to change our operations and the way we are seeing patients right now. We've had to set up a triage station outside of the clinic where we do a screening process. And so we are trying to really make sure that we keep the health and risk factors down as much as we possibly can. So we are screening and only letting people inside the clinic that do not pose direct risk. And then for those that are symptomatic or have those sorts of issues, we're actually treating them outside in their vehicles. And so that has also brought upon us an additional financial need for our clinic of personal protective equipment, much beyond what we have typically budgeted for. So we are definitely seeing an increase in that sort of need. So, but we are really fortunate with our group of volunteers and our donors that have supported us in the past and through this, that we are able to keep our doors open and keep treating people.
Well, Shepherd's Hand Free Clinic has been with us in the Great Fish Community Challenge since inception, I believe. And we're very pleased always to work with everyone there. Such a great organization, a Whitefish organization founded here, right? And I guess I don't have a lot of other questions, but if you would like to add anything else, I'm happy to let you do that.
I just really want to say thank you again to all the donors out there. Thank you in advance, and thank you to the Whitefish Community Foundation for putting on this event. I am so impressed on our community and the way this organization, or the way the Community Foundation can spotlight all these organizations. It just makes me so proud to be part of our community and thankful for you guys. This fundraising event allows us all to keep focused on doing our work and not trying to pull in all the needed money. So I greatly appreciate this, and thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Jennifer, for coming to see us today. Again, that's Shepherd's Hand Free Clinic, a longtime Great Community Challenge participant. We really appreciate everything that they do, and we wish you all the best of luck in this Great Fish Community Challenge. Thanks, Jen. We'll see you later. Next up, now we have Allison, I believe it's Symes, but it might be Seams. And there aren't many people that I have not yet met out there in our nonprofit world, but I have not met Allison before. So very pleased to meet Allison. And she's with us from the Bob Marshall Wilderness Foundation. And again, a longtime Great Fish Community Challenge participant. And I want to say a little bit unique, our only one based in Hungry Horse. Let Allison tell you about the organization and about the Bob Marshall Wilderness, which we all love.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me. So let's see. I'll start with a little bit about the Bob itself. If you're not familiar with the Bob Marshall Wilderness Complex, it's a 1.5 million acre wilderness area here in Montana. It's absolutely incredible. It's the third largest wilderness complex in the lower 48 states and has two wild and scenic rivers, the Middle and South Fork of the Flathead River, incredible habitat for elk and grizzly bear and gray wolves. Just an amazing place. If you haven't been in, definitely recommend taking a visit into the Bob. And so the Bob Marshall Wilderness Foundation preserves access to the trails and preserves habitat within the Bob Marshall Wilderness Complex. And we do that mainly through our volunteer adventures, where we take crews of volunteers into the wilderness to open trails, clear trails, improve tread, all of that good stuff. And we do that all with primitive tools, since there are no motors allowed in the wilderness. So we use crosscut saws, Pulaskis, Pickmatics, lots of hand tools to clear the trails and make sure they're open and accessible for all users. We also restore habitat within the Bob with our weeds program. So we fight invasive weeds that were introduced to the wilderness by humans over the years, stuff like spotted knapweed or yellow-toed flax. So it works to restore the native habitat and really allow those native plants to thrive, which is so important for the ecosystem. Along with our volunteer adventures, we also offer a couple of different internship programs for young people who are interested in natural resource related careers. So we have both our Wilderness Conservation Corps crew, which kind of act as a professional crew to work all summer with one of our crew leaders. And then we also have Wilderness Ranger internships, which actually embeds an intern within the Forest Service to give them that experience. Let's see what else. We also offer packer apprenticeships every summer. We offer a couple of those, and that helps kind of build that next generation of wilderness packers, which is really essential to our work. We rely on horses and mules to get all of our gear back there to supply our crews. So we want to help out those folks. It's kind of an aging population right now. We're trying to get some new blood in there. So the Wilderness Packer apprenticeships are also really important. And all of this work is really focused on creating the next generation of conservation leaders. All of our crews learn leave no trace principles and skills to become better backcountry users. And we're really focused on, hoping that they bring those memories back home with them from the backcountry to become future wilderness advocates and keep it protected for years to come.
Okay, Allison. So thank you so much for all of that. So I just wanted to ask, so, this is a unique year we have due to coronavirus. And how is that impacting the work that you're doing in the Bob? Are you still able to get out there and accomplish what you need to accomplish?
Yeah, great question. So COVID-19 has definitely impacted our work this year. We actually just had to make the hard decision to cancel the rest of our volunteer projects last week. So we did have a handful of volunteer projects that went in this year, and we felt like those were really safe and successful. But just with the current spike that's going on, we've decided to make the decision to just keep our crews with the people that we have on staff. So we're still hard at work in the wilderness. We're still getting stuff done. We still have both of our internships going on, and our crew leaders are out there working. We're even getting some of our office staff into the backcountry to do some scouting and stuff like that. So, and really this year with COVID, the Bob has seen more traffic than maybe ever before. So there is no shortage of work to be done. Lots of people back there, lots of mitigating those user impacts kind of after the fact. So we definitely have our work cut out for us. So we definitely still need your support, and we would love to be on your list for great fish. Yeah.
Okay, Allison. Well, thank you so much for coming by and visiting us from the Bob Marshall Wilderness Foundation. We really appreciate everything you do, and, good luck this year in the Great Fish Community Challenge. So finding that, of course, every organization has been impacted financially by coronavirus. Many organizations are not able to hold any kind of fundraisers, and so your support becomes more important than ever. And one thing we have probably failed to mention is that we are actually located at the Whitefish Community Foundation today. Our donation station set up here. We have our nonprofits visiting us here at the Community Foundation, and we are at 214 West 2nd Street, and that's in Whitefish. So come on down if you're close by and give to your favorite nonprofit. The Great Fish Community Challenge is set up so that you can make one gift and you can divide it in any proportion between any of the 56 participating nonprofits or the match fund. So, man, I'm having trouble with my mask. I need to get a smaller one, don't I? Well, having said that, now, next up, we have Samaritan House, and Chris Krager, the executive director at Samaritan House, is going to join us. I know they have been particularly busy during this coronavirus crisis that we've all been experiencing. And I know that no one can tell us better than Chris at what they've had to deal with at Samaritan House. They've had a lot of changes. So without further ado, here's Chris Krager from Samaritan House.
Handsome Bleach. Thank you so much for doing this, you guys. This is amazing. I don't know if you can tell, there's a lot of energy going on here right now. And it's really inspiring what's going on. We got people coming through all day. Amazing. So Samaritan House is the local homeless shelter and transitional living program. And we're super grateful to be taking part in the Whitefish Community Foundation's Great Fish Community Challenge. And so we use the funds to provide for case management for our shelter. We're pretty good, and there's some great organizations in the Valley working with homelessness. But it's my thought that we can give a bed and a meal for the night, but if we don't provide some case management and actually work for the client a little bit, providing, solutions for housing and employment. We're not really fixing the problem. We would just be sustaining it. So a donation to Samaritan House through the Great Fish Community Challenge campaign actually fixes homelessness locally. And maybe I'm an optimist, but I feel like we can fix it. I feel like we can get on top of the problem before we get something that other communities are really having an issue with. So yeah, the COVID-19 issue has greatly impacted Samaritan House, not just me personally, but also the shelter and our operations. We have about 65 homeless folks every day on our normal campus, and including then additionally another 32 or 34 clients that are in our low-income apartments. So we have about 90 or 105 people on the campus every night. And when the shelter-in-place order went into effect, we sprung up in collaboration with some other organizations a new campus that added 20 to 28 new beds to our operation. So it's been a lot of work. I got staff that haven't had very much time off from work, and we're prepping in case that needs to happen again. And so including creating a new cafeteria, new shelter bed facility, and getting it all lined up. So it's been a lot of work, but we have new capabilities as a result, and we hope to use this new low barrier shelter also not just if the shelter in place order were to reprise, but we also hope to use it to like January and February, cold weather contingency plans. It can be pretty cold. The nature of homelessness in Montana is that it could be fatal at certain times of the year. So we are hoping to use this new facility to address cold weather plans as well.
Wonderful. So thank you for that. I know that Samaritan House in particular saw a tremendous increase in a demand for an increase of your services, and of course you stepped up with many organizations. A lot, I can't even begin to mention them all, but Community Action Partnership, Flathead Assist, the Abbey Shelter. So many of you were involved in the Flathead temporary housing project. And ultimately, Samaritan House was fiscal sponsor for that. And a lot of the work fell on your shoulders. And from that, you've seen a big expansion. But I imagine that also creates a huge need for funding, right? As you expand your services, then also you need more funding. So maybe you'd like to talk a little bit about that.
Yeah. So it did create, essentially springing up a whole new campus. It does create a demand for increased funding. It's meals, 3 meals a day. It's case management staffing, nighttime staffing. We personnel expense, and then just like shelter supplies, utilities, paper products, that kind of stuff. Every time you add a bed, you add, exponential expense with that as well. And the good thing too to note is at Samaritan House, we do, we track our outcomes, and we're hoping to fix homelessness. At Samaritan House last year in the transitional housing facilities, we were successful 85% of the time. When a client leaves, they're no longer homeless. And so that's a kind of a goal we set. We hope to beat at least 72% every year. And lately we've been at 84 to 86%. And so in our new facility as well, it's a tough battle, but we really do hope that when the client leaves, through all of this work and energy and stuff we're doing and the expense, and we hope that we're fixing the homeless situations for the people.
Well, good luck to you, Chris. Again, Chris Krager from Samaritan House. So happy to have them as a participant in the Great Fish Community Challenge. Next up, we have Deidre Corson from North Valley Music School. So I think I did mention where we are and that you're welcome to come down and visit with us and give right here in our parking lot at 214 West 2nd Street in Whitefish. If you really are not comfortable because of all the masks and the things that are going on in our community, and you prefer to just do that online, if you give online before 3 o'clock today, your gift will be included in our incentive, our drawing for incentive grants. So we're giving away $2,000 in incentive matching grants today. Every gift that comes into an organization that's $25 or more is entered into our fish bowl. We drop it in the fish bowl, and we've been drawing maybe 4 of those every hour for gifts, a matching grant ranging from $25, $50, even $100. So we would love to have you come down and see us and give to these great organizations. We have 56 of them this year in the campaign, every single one of them so deserving. Right now, I'm going to turn the microphone over to Deidre Corson, who's the Executive Director of North Valley Music School. So North Valley Music School has also been a participant since inception in 2015, and we've always enjoyed working with you. So here we go, Deidre Corson, and hopefully she'll sing.
That's what John always says too. Good morning, everybody. My name's Deidre Corson. I'm the Executive Director of North Valley Music School. We have these nice little music masks at the school for anyone who's interested. I am so grateful to the Whitefish Community Foundation, to the Circle of Giving Donors, to everyone that participates and donates in the Great Fish Challenge. It's essentially changed our world at North Valley Music School. We've really changed our fundraising efforts and strategy around the Great Fish Challenge, and we couldn't be more honored to be a part of it again this year. So thanks to everybody out there. I am really excited about what's happened this year for the music school and our use of funds, and the fact that even though COVID hit our town and shut us down, North Valley Music School was able to sustain, to keep operating. We moved everything online on March 16th. We did have a loss in revenue, but we were honored to pick up more students that were excited we went online and worked remotely. So we're really proud of what's happened. And that's thanks to you. Thanks to all of you that have given and supported the music school through the Great Fish Challenge. Again, we can't thank you enough. This year, again, our challenge is supporting NVMS programs and musical enrichment in our community. We offer a lot of affordable programs and free programs to the community. And we really serve all ages. It's not just children at our school. We serve babies all the way up to seniors. We have new veterans programs and children's choirs and ensembles and so much fun stuff. So if you've ever said, gosh, I wish I didn't stop playing my instrument when I was a kid, you're not dead yet. Come back out and pick your piano back up or your guitar and dust off those strings and come play. I'm going to keep it pretty short today because I know we're running behind, but I wanted to do a little plug for something the music school is doing during the Great Fish Challenge. This year, we had to cancel our fundraising event, the Montana Music event. It was the 5th annual, and we're going to postpone the same setup, Locals on the Lake, and we're going to do it out hopefully on Stillwater Landing next year. But this year, because of the pandemic, we're starting the PPP series, and that will start today. I know you like that. Or do you like the shrimp better? We were going to try and rally a bunch of our supporters down here, but we were only allowed to have one person today, which completely makes sense with the pandemic. But we'd like to invite any musicians out there, student level musicians, professional musicians, dreamer musicians. I don't think I'm a musicians. Anybody's allowed to send a video to events at northvalleymusicschool.org. Again, events at northvalleymusicschool.org, all written out. And you can be part of the PPP series. We will do bi-weekly concerts to help support the Great Fish Challenge. You can do a shout out to any nonprofits that you are there to support. I am, of course, going to shout out to NVMS today, but anybody that you love, you can list them off. You can put them on your little homemade poster sign and record yourself playing on your porch or out in the mountains or in your living room, wherever you're comfortable, and shoot us a song or two for the PPP series. So I brought some friends in the background, as you can see, and we're going to sing you our first. Here, do you want to hold this, Lynette? We'll try and make it so it works. Okay, if you have your shakers, this is obviously way more fun when there's more people, but today is Thursday. So we're going to do, I do have some people out in the audience here far away. We're going to do Throwback Thursday. I brought my Pick, Click, Give Throwback Thursday t-shirt, and we're going to bust out the NVMS jingle from years ago. So are you guys ready? And if you're out in the audience and you want to sing along, we would love that. These guys are definitely singing, as you can tell. Pick, click, give. Pick, click, give. Pick, click, give. The Great Fish Community Challenge. Living in Whitefish, giving in Whitefish. The Great Fish Community Challenge. Inspiring community, inspiring philanthropy. The Great Fish Community Challenge. You can give a little or you can give a lot. You can give to a group, you can give to the pot. Doesn't matter what you give, your gifts will give a lot in the Great Fish Community Challenge. Pick, click, give. Pick, click, give. Pick, click, give in the Great Fish Community Challenge. Woo! Thank you, Community Foundation. Woohoo!
Okay, that was fantastic. So Deidre entered that song a few years ago, as she mentioned, and it's so great. I keep thinking that there's got to be a way we can go back and use all those fantastic songs that everybody wrote. And so next year we're going to try and find a way to do that. But Pick, Click, Give is great. You can go to whitefishcommunityfoundation.org and you can pick, click, and give. And we love that. I love that tagline. So thank you so much, Deidre, from North Valley Music School. You know, our arts and culture and education organizations have been hit very hard. They've had to completely figure out a new way to do business, all of them. And we appreciate what they're doing and know that they're definitely struggling with some challenges. But yes, I've told everybody where we are. We're at 214 West 2nd Street. I just said that. You can also give online. Linda's making sure. Okay, it's a good thing. I need lots of people to check up on me. So we have a few more incentive grants to draw. I think we're going to draw 3 or 4. And this one is going to be a $100 matching grant. Phil the Buddha gave to the Flathead Rapids, and the Flathead Rapids are going to receive a $100 matching incentive grant for his gift. So Phil, thank you so much. I know the Flathead Rapids are going to love that. Okay, big money. That's right. Okay, this one is going to be a $50 matching grant, and I'm going to laugh at this one because this is Kelly and Lance Mortensen. And Kelly and Lance always give at the color run, and they always give at the launch party, and they always win incentive grants, usually multiple ones for the organizations they give to. So thank you so much, Kelly and Lance. This is going to Sparrow's Nest. I know Sparrow's Nest is going to love that. $50. Okay. Okay. Perfect. Carrie Mushkin. She's given to Whitefish Theater Company, and this is going to be a $50 matching grant to Whitefish Theater Company. Thank you so much, Carrie. Thanks for giving to Whitefish Theater Company. I know they're going to love it. Another organization, of course, that is one of our arts and culture organizations that has had to just completely revamp their way of doing business. Oh, we're going to do one more. That's good because this is the most fun part of the day. I kind of just wish we could just draw these all day. And Patricia Jepson, who came in this morning, first thing, either that or maybe she gave online, but she did it very early. And so this is the third gift of Patricia Jepson's that we have drawn. And that ties her with Casey Howard, who also gave, and we picked 3 of hers. This is for how much, Daria? $50. And it's going to Whitefish Veterans Support Team, which is highly timely, right? Because we've got, they were on earlier too. Okay. So thank you, everybody. Thanks for giving. We're giving away $2,000 today total in matching incentive grants. And we love to have you go online to whitefishcommunityfoundation.org and give to any number of your charities, your favorite charities. Or you can come down and visit us at 214 West 2nd Street in Whitefish. We'll be here out in the parking lot until 3, taking gifts and drawing incentive grants, talking to our nonprofit community. Next up, we have Bruce Aronson, and Bruce is coming to visit us from the Whitefish Rotary Charitable Fund. And I'm going to let you tell Bruce everything that Rotary does and tell you how the charitable fund supports the efforts of our Rotarians.
Thank you very much. We thanks the Great Fish Community Challenge 2020 effort organized through the Whitefish Community Foundation. The Rotary Club of Whitefish has participated in this several years, so this is a continuation. Our project this year are bathrooms at Smith Fields next to the new playground equipment and pavilion and Babe Ruth Fields. If you've been out there, you know how magnificent the fields are and the new playground equipment and pavilion are. As you know, there's 4 sports leagues out there: lacrosse, softball, soccer, and lacrosse, excuse me. And there's around 40,000 athletes and fans that participate in the fields out there, not counting the adjoining homes that are in the area. There's around 500 homes that are next to the fields, as well as another 300 planned. There's a great demand for the bathrooms there, that the existing bathrooms, which are too far from the playground equipment. So that's why we're building the bathrooms next to the playground equipment. We've developed a sign that you'll see out there, which will be installed there in a matter of minutes, and along with donation forms. So they will, this will indicate where the site is for the new bathrooms that will be built there. So that's our primary project. As a secondary project, we are continuing, of course, our Magic of Christmas program, which likely is going to increase due to the need from COVID-19 this year, as well as scholarships for some of the area students. So we look forward to your participation in this, and any donation, no matter how modest, is greatly appreciated. And I don't know if anybody has any questions that we may have.
I want to just say a couple things about the bathrooms. So Rotary is stepping up here to fill a huge need, a community need. Project Whitefish Kids worked hard to produce a playground. They improved the playground so much that the entire complex is seeing an increase in visitors, and the kids that are using the playground. And so it's the second public 2 to 5 year old playground, 2 to 5 year old specific playground in Whitefish. And with that, of course, comes unique challenges as parents. If you're out there with 2 or 3 kids and someone who's 2 needs to go to the bathroom, well, you can't necessarily send them across the road to the bathroom by the sports field. And so those kids, we heard from the city, were maybe just going behind the shed. Not an ideal situation. So Rotary has stepped up for our community, for the kids in the neighborhood, and for everyone using the sports park to help Project Whitefish Kids out and help everyone who uses Smith Fields out by producing this great bathroom. And we so appreciate that. But my question is going to be more about Magic of Christmas. So the Rotarians have always run the Magic of Christmas for our community. And as Bruce said, they serve a large number. But I'm just wondering, due to COVID, I know with Day of Giving, you are helping out families. And are you seeing an increase in the number of families that are needing your help?
Yeah, the Rotary Club of Whitefish for decades has supported area families during the Christmas time that might have struggled just a little bit. And this last season, we had 87 families and 268 kids. I'm suspecting that we're going to have a significant increase in that demand this coming season. So we're going to need a lot of support to make the holiday season just a little bit nicer than they would be otherwise for some of the families that are struggling here. So we're estimating there's going to be a significant demand. I'm believing this fall there's going to be a lot of layoffs that we'll be experiencing in the area, just because so many people are involved in the tourist industry, and that's just that's going to fade here in this fall. So there'll be demand that we hope to meet.
Well, thank you so much, Bruce, for coming by to see us. Always appreciate that everything that our local Rotary chapter does. So many great projects in our community. Can't even begin to list them, but we'll see the sign. And again, the Magic of Christmas, always we're supporting those efforts. So thank you so much for coming by. So we are actually going to take a small break and move our computer into the shade because the poor thing is struggling in this heat. We're hoping that we don't lose anybody. So as we mentioned earlier, you're welcome to come by and give to us here at the Community Foundation, 214 West 2nd Street. Everyone got really, no, I got it. Everyone got really close to me there. Sorry about that. 214 West 2nd Street in Whitefish. You can give online at www.whitefishcommunityfoundation.org. We have, I can't show them the brochure because I'm holding my computer in my hand as we move. So that is our official brochure. It has the donor form in it. You can find those. They were mailed out to everybody that is given in the challenge since 2015 to now. This week you should have received it. There's a donor form also in all of the daily interlakes from the 29th and 30th and the Whitefish pilot this week. You'll find our use of funds brochure, which I'll show you later because I can't hold it in my other hand. That's okay. But please, look in there. You find the donor form. You can pick any number of charities to give your gift to of the 56 that are participating, or you can give to our Great Fish Match Fund. We love those gifts as well. The bigger the match becomes, the better the matching grant at the end of the campaign becomes. And this is a year when our 56 participating nonprofits are really going to need your help. So everyone has been impacted due to COVID. Everyone's fundraising, in particular, fundraising activities, events, all of those things have been impacted by COVID. And yet so many of our organizations are having to completely change the way they do business. Or alternatively, our health and human service organizations are seeing a huge demand for their services with limited ability to fundraise. So we know it's a difficult time for everyone, but if you can give, we encourage you to give. We really believe here at the Community Foundation that all these nonprofits really are what makes our community and the Flathead Valley in particular very special place to live. This is so much more comfortable back here in the shade. Next up, we have Dream Adaptive Recreation. Naomi Morrison is coming to join us. Dream celebrating a very special birthday this year. And we would like to hear all about that and hear about the great things that Dream is accomplishing and everything else. Naomi Morrison. I didn't turn that mic off, did I? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lynette.
It doesn't look on. It doesn't look on? I can't see. Try it. Just talk. Okay. Maybe we'll let it go.
Hi, I'm Naomi Morrison with Dream Adaptive Recreation. Thank you so much, Lynette, for having me today. It's such a pleasure being with all you ladies. I'm just very excited that Dream is part of the Fish Community Challenge again. We're celebrating, as Lynette said, our 35th anniversary this year. And honestly, it's events such as these that keep us here all these years. And hopefully we'll have another 35 more. And so what we've been doing is providing outdoor adaptive recreation for ages 5 and older. And that includes military veterans. The use of funds, our plan is, oh, the banners are falling. The use of funds will be used to support our growing year-round programs, and that includes alpine ski and snowboard, mountain biking, Nordic skiing, kayak paddleboard lessons, and also motorized water sports such as water skiing and wakeboarding. So we're excited to have started 35 years ago with providing accessibility in the Flathead Valley and encouraging that before the Disabilities Act was voted on in 1985, and or we started in 85, and we've grown so much since then, and we really appreciate everybody. Specifically, our funds will be used to purchase adaptive equipment. Adaptive equipment is very costly because they can't be mass produced, and they have very special features. So, for instance, a mountain bike costs over $10,000, and a sit ski costs between $4,000 and $6,000. So you can imagine with the amount of participants that we have and athletes that come to our programs, we need several of everything. We also provide financial aid scholarships, and in 2019, we also use the Great Fish to help pay for our liability insurance for our programs, which is always on the rise, extremely costly. And then if we add programs, more programs, it increases again. So all of this is so important for us. We also hired a new program coordinator last week. So we are excited to be able to utilize these funds to be able to pay for her salary because she'll be full-time and we've never had that before. So we're really excited about having her. And lastly, providing professional led instructor training. This ensures that we're operating safely and that our volunteers and staff have the most up-to-date skills to be able to provide lessons.
Linda, these are all fine. Okay, so Naomi, that's all great information. I love hearing about the different things that Dream is doing because you're such a unique organization within our valley. I believe that Dream has also been with us since inception, since 2015. So a long-time participant, a long-time involvement with the Community Foundation from way before my time. So, you know, it's always nice to get to know organizations as well as we know you. I know that you would have probably planned a huge birthday party this year. We were planning one for us as well. We're not as old as you, but I'm just wondering, like, how has that impacted you financially and how are you doing it, Dream?
That's a great question. Thank you so much. COVID has actually impacted us greatly. We were very disappointed to not be hosting a 35th party. That was just one of the things that definitely was a disappointment. But the main thing is losing the last 3 weeks of our winter program because the resort had to close early, and we were grateful for their intuition in doing that. We also put much effort to ensure that everyone has access to get outside and recreate this summer. But to mitigate that risk, we are hosting smaller program days, but then more of them. So that costs more money because now we are hosting more programs to accommodate the interest and those that wish to participate with us. We also are receiving a lot more scholarship requests due to strain on employment this summer. Even though we only charge, we are very it's very critical that we make sure that everybody gets to participate regardless of income. We also have to, hi Linda. We also have to purchase and rent more equipment so that we're not sharing so much equipment. And then unforeseen expenses, masks, hand sanitizer, cleaning supplies, individually boxed lunches as opposed to buffet style. It adds up. And then, you know, but we're Dream adaptive. So that's what we do best is we adapt. And we are very thrilled to be providing all of our services this year. So yeah.
Wonderful, Naomi. Well, thank you so much today for coming by and for everything that Dream does for our community. I don't know if there's anything else you wanted to add, or do you feel like you covered it? Okay, hang on. We have to do all this bleaching.
Sorry, one more thing. I really wanted to let everybody know that the Great Fish is so important to us. In 2019, the Great Fish supported 32% of our budget. So that's almost a third of our budget. And we are thrilled to be participating again. But overall, the most impressive part of Great Fish, and I've spoken to you about this in the past, is the community awareness. The amount of new donors that we received last year, I believe it was over 40% were new donors last year. And it's because they learned about it through the Great Fish. And we're excited to be able to get out there in the community and be able to talk to more people about it and have that interest. And we're just grateful for all of our donors and can't wait to keep getting out there and recreating. So we hope to see you on the trails. Thank you all.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you so much, Naomi, for coming by to see us. Again, we appreciate everything you do. And yeah, I hope you guys have a great, we're looking forward to it. So you bet. You're very welcome. So one thing Naomi touched on there is, and I'm just going to talk a little bit here while Cameron Blake from Glacier Nordic Club comes over and sits down with me. But the Great Fish Community Challenge is a fundraising platform, but the way it works, and it does work, we're seeing it work and grow every year, is that we really want to increase the mission awareness and the awareness of all our nonprofit community. From that awareness, we know that nonprofits can do some grassroots fundraising, and ultimately, as Naomi mentioned, you know, what we're really looking for them to do is their donor base, and that takes a lot of work. But this platform helps them do that, and I think everyone that has participated has seen some success with that. So having said that, now I'm going to pass the microphone over to Cameron Blake. She's the executive director at Glacier Nordic Club. She's been sitting here waiting a long time.
Thank you, Lynette.
Go ahead.
Oh, there. Just wanted to first thank the Whitefish Community Foundation. The Great Fish, and I'll go into it more later, has been a complete game changer for our organization and allowed us to do so much. And we've basically doubled in size, I think, since the Great Fish started. It's been pretty incredible what it's allowed us to do. So our use of funds for this year is infrastructure, maintenance, and operation support for our grooming operations. And we're currently, last year we groomed about 40 kilometers of trail in four different locations. We have the Glacier Nordic Center at the Whitefish Lake Golf Course, which has been there since the early 1980s. I think it was first groomed in 81. And then there's 12K there. It's easy, moderate. Everybody can get out. We see lots of people out there. People go out on their lunch breaks from town, head out for a ski after work. Pretty incredible. With that said, it doesn't always get snow, and that snow has been, the last 2 years, it's come later and later. So in terms of openings. So we've been really working on developing higher up trails at the Big Mountain Nordic Trails. We put in a new trailhead up there in partnership with Whitefish Legacy Partners a few years ago. We've expanded the grooming up there, added a second trailhead off Haskell Basin Road, and there's now 27 kilometers of skiing up there. And if you haven't been up there, I really urge you to go check it out. It's as much of a wilderness experience as you can get within a few miles of Whitefish. We received a grant and actually used some community foundation money for the implements as well to get a snowcat groomer, and the grooming's phenomenal. So I urge you to check that out too. We've been working on getting trails in Columbia Falls. Have had a real demand from that community. 2 years ago, we groomed Meadow Lake. Weren't able to do that last year. We tried to groom River's Edge, which is right in town. Again, lack of snow. So kind of exciting. And this is the first time I think it's being mentioned out there, is we're working with the Forest Service to look at new grooming opportunities in Columbia Falls, in the Cedar Flats trail area, and potentially are hoping to have at least a weekend event this year to kind of try it out and see how it works and what the community wants out there. So, and then the other, just to add, we've groomed, 20, I think, years at Muldown for the 3rd and 4th graders. And last year, all the 4th graders got out and skied.
Great. Thank you so much, Cameron. So I just wanted to mention a couple of things. I mean, Glacier Nordic Club, I think some of the work that you do is really, maybe not everybody understands the full scope and scale of your work and what it takes to groom all those Nordic trails, especially the ones on the mountain. I know you work in partnership with Legacy Partners, but Glacier Nordic actually are the ones responsible for doing that grooming up there. And so many people are using those trails all the time. And I wonder if you could maybe comment. I know that we're seeing, everyone is so grateful that we live here and we can recreate here. And hopefully we'll, obviously cross-country skiing is something that people can do and they can distance. And I'm just wondering if you anticipate that you're going to see hopefully more people out this year skiing.
I think we will. I know before we closed down the end of March with the state shutdown, we closed down our grooming. But up there that 3rd week when COVID had just started, and I was seeing so many people up there. It was pretty incredible, the 3rd week of March and all the skiers that were out. And I do want to reiterate what you said, Lynette, that because there's oftentimes some confusion that we share the trailhead and the first about half a mile of trail with Whitefish Legacy Partners, and then the rest are all part of different landowners' lands who have given us permission to groom. And the grooming is all done by Glacier Nordic and supported, hopefully this year, by the Great Fish Challenge funding, a lot of it.
So that's perfect. Thank you, Cameron, for coming by. I don't know if you feel like you've covered it, or do you have other things you'd like to add? Or we?
Sure.
Okay. There we go.
A couple of things I want to do a plug. If anyone sees this through Saturday is our Big Mountain Run. Due to COVID, we went to a challenge. We've only got about third of what's one of our fundraisers for our ski team, and there's only about a third of the people who usually run it. But if you haven't, get out there, and you can still sign up on Run Sign Up and hike or run and support our ski team programs. And a lot of people don't realize just the magnitude. We have about think over 3,500 people skied our trails last year, and when I did the addition, I was like, wow, really? And we taught over 450 how to ski, took lessons or classes. So just wanted to throw that in there. And yeah, hopefully we'll have a great season, and we expect to be hopefully pretty fully operational with maybe some changes at our shop at the Glacier Nordic Center at the golf course.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much, Cameron, for coming by to see us today. Again, Glacier Club, longtime participant in the Great Fish Community Challenge and longtime involvement with the Whitefish Community Foundation. I'm going to move right along here. I believe we've got Lori Collins from Housing Whitefish. No?
Shirley Willis, Lighthouse Christian.
I have never met Shirley Willis. I apologize so much. I saw Billy, and I thought that Billy was coming to do the interview. So my apologies, everyone. As I mentioned before, I do tend to know most of the people that come from our nonprofit community, but I've never met Shirley. She's the executive director at Lighthouse Christian Home and Services. Anyways, welcome, Shirley.
Thank you.
I'm going to let Shirley tell you all about the great work they do.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I'm sorry we haven't met before. You know, Billy is such a good ambassador that a lot of times I don't have to attend. He does such a wonderful job. But I really felt like it was important for me to be here today because of how important the Great Fish is to us, the Great Fish Challenge and the Whitefish Community Foundation. What a perfect name, the Great Fish Community Challenge, because for us, what a challenge it's been to provide 24-hour a day, 7-day a week service for individuals with disability in the middle of a pandemic, and to keep our residents healthy and to keep our staff healthy and to continue this service every single day, every single week through this whole thing. So it's been a challenge, but because the Lighthouse has such a strong foundation, we have taken this challenge on and actually decided to improve what we're doing already. Because being a newcomer here, some of the things that we do is we're a small working farm. So we have cows and pigs and chickens and gardens and flower beds, and the residents who live there, they work the farm. And our garden is in full bloom this year. Our motto is something out of the garden in every meal. And our pigs just went to market yesterday. And so we've got fresh bacon coming. And so we have the lettuce from the garden, we have the tomatoes from the greenhouse, and we have the bacon from the pigs. I mean, how healthy can you be? And each one of the individuals that live there that have developmental disabilities, they take care of all of that. And we as staff, we serve them. And we provide that service to them. We're so proud and excited of the service that we are able to provide them. And along with that, we have so many relationships with the other nonprofits here that we're so excited about. Shining Honors Project, Special Olympics, the Flathead Bank, and all of those we have a relationship with, and we either serve them or they serve us, and we're so excited about that and all of those options.
So thank you so much, Shirley. I have a question for you. I know that you also run essentially you have a day program, and that provides not only service to community members that need it, but also to their families. It's some respite for families. And I wanted you to talk a little bit about that, because I think, Lighthouse Christian Home and Services is new to us last year. So we're still learning a little bit about you. I'm sure many people out in the community know a lot about what you do, but I think, the scope and scale of your services, maybe not everybody does understand that.
Yeah, thank you for that question, because we do intend to serve the community, and our programs are growing. So the Farm Care Program is a program where individuals with disabilities in our community come to the Lighthouse, hi Billy, for a positive farm experience. So we're serving another 20 some individuals from the community to come out for that experience. Now, of course, during COVID, we've been unable to do a lot of those days and services, but we're figuring out a way to do alternative ways to be able to serve these individuals. But that program is on our docket for the future to grow and to potentially move into 5 days a week and in a new building. So we might be looking at a capital campaign in the future to serve more individuals with disabilities.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much for coming by to see us today. Again, you know, love learning about what you're doing at Lighthouse Christian Home and Services. And I don't know if you have anything else you'd like to add, but
I do have one thing.
Okay.
I have to add a shout out to all the residents at the Lighthouse. I know that this is on. I know that you guys are all sitting in the living room. I want to say hi to Nathan and Sarah and Sylvia. And if I forgot you and I get back to work this afternoon, don't be mad at me. And and it's all about you guys. And that's why we do this. And this is why we're here. And we just want you to have a wonderful life and just a great day.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's very nice to meet you as well, Shirley. Sorry about that debacle at the beginning. So it looks like it's time for us to draw a few more incentive grants. So maybe Linda wants to draw them this time. You want to take the mic?
I'll take the mic.
Oh, do you want to draw?
I'll draw.
Okay, you draw.
Okay, let's see now. Oh, Jen Asbrook is giving and winning a $50 incentive grant for CryJ. Nice. Congratulations there, Jen. In fact, we'll have to tell her Jen just won $50 for CryJ. All right. Drawing number 2 is for how much? All right. John and Dana Lacey, $100 to Flathead Rapids. Awesome. You just won $100 for Flathead Rapids. Fantastic. See, it was worth it for donating today, wasn't it, folks? All right. Okay. Lori Hetherington gave to the Humane Society, and she's going to get an extra $50 on top of her donation for that gift. And Cindy Lewis gave to Flathead Valley Community College Foundation, and she's going to get an extra $50 on her gift. Thank you, Cindy. All right, should we do one more? Okay. All right, one more here. All right, Lance and Kelly Mortensen again. Lance and Kelly, they gave to Project Whitefish Kids. They love Project Whitefish Kids, and they're getting $50 extra on their gift. Fantastic. Thanks, folks. Please come on down and donate here at the Community Foundation, 214 West 2nd Street. We're right across from the Senex gas station. The donation booth is open for a couple more hours, so please come on down. And also, you can go online to whitefishcommunityfoundation.org, make your gift there, and we will put you into the drawings. We've got plenty more drawings to go around. It's a good day to donate. So I'm going to turn the mic back over here to Lynette Donaldson.
Sorry about the lag there, everybody. We are continuing on. As Linda mentioned, come on down to see us here at 214 West 2nd Street in Whitefish. You can give online at Whitefish Community Foundation. We're visiting today with all of our, well, maybe not all of them, but most of our participating nonprofits. And right now we have Lori Collins here from Housing Whitefish. And Housing Whitefish is a first-time participant with us in the Great Fish Community Challenge. So welcome, Lori. And I'm going to turn the mic over to Lori, and she's going to tell you all about what their programs are like and how you can help them during the campaign.
Thank you so much. And you did take the words right out of my mouth. I'm Lori Collins. I'm the director of Housing Whitefish, as well as the Whitefish Housing Authority. And we are excited to participate for the first time in the Great Fish Challenge for the very first time. So thank you for selecting us to help raise funds and awareness of the many wonderful nonprofits here in our community. But Housing Whitefish has many exciting programs and projects that are coming up this year that we would hope to raise funds for, and we need your help to raise the money through this Great Fish Challenge to offset some of the costs for a few of our programs. The programs we'd like to focus on this year is Alpenglow 2, and we're calling it that because currently we're building the Alpenglow Apartments, which is 36 units of affordable rental housing for those making well under $15 an hour here in our community, or up to 60% of what we call the area median income. But we do have some extra land out there, and we're going to be building additional apartment units for those in our community that don't make over $15 an hour, or are what we consider lower income earning families here in town. We're also going to begin work on what the project is we're calling right now the Snow Lot, and that is in downtown Whitefish, and that is going to be 24 to 26 units, townhomes for home ownership opportunities for our workforce housing. For those in our community that make wages and need assistance with helping to find affordable housing in our community. We're also looking to raise some funds to help owners in our community rehab their existing homes for efficiency, health and safety, and upgrades to their homes that would enable them to stay in their houses longer and to have those energy efficiency upgrades that we all need in this town. And I'd like to say we're very happy to say that we work very closely with the developers in our community to build more affordable homes in our town. And through this Great Fish Challenge with the Whitefish Community Foundation, we're hoping to raise money to help with down payment and closing cost assistance. That's one of our other programs that we're trying to raise money through. So it's mostly for home ownership and rental opportunities and assistance for those looking to find and us to create affordable housing in our town. And these funds can be used all over Whitefish. We have funds for the down payment and closing cost assistance to aid those that are interested in our Trailview homes that are coming up, and also a future project, which is the Big Mountain River project. These are all exciting projects coming here in Whitefish that we're hoping to work with. And we thank you very much for your donations and all of your assistance today. And I am proud, very proud, to be part of this community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lori. So I just have a question for you. I know that, of course, we have a pandemic that we're in the middle of, and always affordable housing is one of the number one, if not the number one issue, I believe, in our community. And so we'd love to see organizations that are working to do something about that. But I'm wondering if you think that you may see even greater challenge with that now that we are in the middle of COVID-19. Like, how do you think that will affect our housing market and our lower income earners? Do you think there'll be more of a demand than we have currently even?
That's a really good question. And what we have been doing and working closely with the Community Foundation and the Chamber of Commerce is the Emergency Rental Assistance Fund. So we were able to stave off some of those immediate needs through the pandemic to assist with payments towards rentals here in our community and to help those that were immediately laid off and unable to work for a living. It is creating a challenge. There is continuing need for rental assistance as businesses open and potentially close down. So we're working towards that. Building seems to be going through, but banks are difficult, to go and work with loans through because their lobbies aren't open. So we are fighting and facing some challenges. We're extending deadlines for things. We're helping people through their application processes. We have staff that are available and ready online for you at any time to talk through our website, which is whitefishhousing.org. If you're interested in all of our information and what we have available, will be on that site as soon as it comes available. So there is much need, and there is a greater issue of trying to get those funds out to those people, but we have known and let you all know that we're here to help. And if you need any of those types of assistance, we're always willing and pretty much able to help you find the resources to get that help.
Great. Thank you so much for dropping by to see us today. I hope we covered it all. Did we cover what you wanted to say?
I think so.
Okay.
I'm very grateful to be a first time. I'm very grateful to be a first time. And thank you to the Great Fish Challenge and the Whitefish Community Foundation. Without you guys, we wouldn't get this done. So good luck, everyone.
Well, thank you very much. Thanks again for coming to visit us. We are, I think, going to switch. I'm going to hand the microphone back to our president, Linda Angrady. And I believe next up we have Jen Easterbrook from Whitefish Theater Company. So here's Linda.
All right, Jen. Thank you for being here with us.
Hi, Linda. I think I'm going to take this off so I can speak.
Yes, go right ahead. We're outside. We're socially distancing as much as possible. But again, we decided to hold this all outside so that people would feel more comfortable because we are the nonprofits come down here one at a time and say a few words about their awesome program. So with that, I want to turn this over to Jen Asbrook. She is our new executive director of the Whitefish Theater Company.
Thank you, Linda. It is so good to be here. Many of you know about the Whitefish Theater Company. We've been in business for 42 years. This is our 42nd season. And as many nonprofits probably have been telling their story, you know, it's been an interesting couple of months for us. We had to cancel 5 shows, although we were able to do one of those in June. But basically a third of our season last year had to cancel one of our major fundraisers. We're hanging in there, or we did hang in there through that amount of time with a lot of the aid that was out there, which was great and has kept a lot of our nonprofits alive. But, you know, again, many things we had planned for the summer are not happening. We had a couple special events that are not going to happen. And despite our incredible excitement for our upcoming season, I even brought our season brochure that, of course, we had printed, and it immediately changed as times are changing. We're very excited to kick off the season. As many other businesses, nonprofits, everybody, there's this whole umbrella of uncertainty that we're facing, but we're going to give it our best shot. Right now, in our season, which starts the end of September, we are going to try to pull off 9 theater shows. We have some music lineups. We're not completely sure about those. Some of them are Canadian. We're not sure they can get over the border. Some of them are international. We're not sure they can travel. So people are just going to have to be a little patient with us this season, I think, as we navigate everything. But we do have them scheduled. Like I said, we have 16 events that we are trying to pull off from September to June. We're going to try our best to keep everybody in live communication. We're doing. The cool thing that we have come up with, though, is that we are going to be able to do limited seating, limited occupancy, masked audiences for live performances, but we were able to acquire some film or live streaming equipment. So all theater shows and maybe some music shows, we are going to be able to offer a variety, another way to watch it from the comfort of your own home if people are not ready to go back to the O'Shaughnessy Center. So that said, we feel like we're being creative, we're moving forward, and of course, this is where the Great Fish comes in, because none of this is going to happen without everybody's support, and that, of course, is financial. We are trying to put all of our donations this year to programming, to putting on these shows, to making sure our community has live entertainment, thought-provoking dramas, comedies. Don't we all need those? Just to get through the year. So that is really where our appeal is for donors for the Great Fish. We are looking to move forward, but we are certainly going to need people's financial support to weather this storm. At the same time, people could also support us by seeing what we have to offer, whether that be coming to the theater to see a live show, buying a ticket to just watch online just because you'd like to see something new and different. Of course, it's community theater, so most times you get, a friend or, someone that you've seen before on stage. So that's really our main point for this year is if you have a little extra money to spare, that is really what's going to keep us afloat. And also, we are hoping we have ways to entertain people. Yeah.
That's Whitefish Theater Company. And again, exactly what you said, people are not coming in right now to the shows when we don't have them. And so whatever you could do to support them through the Great Fish Community Challenge, you're not buying that ticket, so let's donate it. We want them to be here when this is all done. We want to go back to some normal situations and have our theaters here to entertain us, to enrich our lives. So please support Whitefish Theater Company through the Great Fish Community Challenge and our other arts organizations. Thank you, Jen. Thank you for being here. Okay.
Thanks a lot for this event. This is great.
All right. Next up. Can either.
Oh, thanks, Linda. Pull my mask on. Hi, folks. Happy Great Fish Challenge time. Thank you for being here all day, Linda and everybody. And I'm glad to be here to tell you guys a little bit about what's going on with us at the Abbey Shelter and how much your support means to us through the Great Fish Challenge. It's actually been a pretty intense time for the Abbey Shelter this summer. We went from coping with the pandemic to figuring out how we're going to find our place in working for racial justice in our community. And as many of you guys know, we suffered a really huge community loss with a pretty intense homicide-suicide in our community. So it's interesting. I want you guys to know that something that the Great Fish Challenge does for us is it doesn't just raise funds, but it gives us an opportunity to raise awareness about the work that we do. And as we work to promote safety and independence and empowerment for survivors and community members, yeah, you can come on in here, right? As we work to promote our mission, having a community that understands how domestic and sexual violence works, what survivors encounter in the community as they seek help, all of that furthers our work just as much as your gift. And so I just really want to thank you for watching right now, those of you who are out there. And I want to express my gratitude for everyone who has made the decision to donate to the Abbey Shelter's mission so that we can make sure that everyone who needs us has access to our services. So this year in 2020, our use of funds is directed towards our mental health services. That's what where we chose to direct our Great Fish support this year. One thing that people don't realize about Abbey Shelter Services is that we are so much more than just a shelter. And our biggest serving program is actually our legal advocacy services, so helping people in the criminal justice system, orders of protection, parenting plans, sometimes an actual trial. And after legal advocacy, our second highest serving service is our mental health services. It's interesting, we directed our funds this year in that direction before the pandemic. And then when the coronavirus hit, we really watched the mental health needs of our community skyrocket, or the mental health stability of our community decline. So we're really thankful that your gift will go in helping us to make sure that that service is accessible to as many people as we can. I'm sure everybody is feeling it right now, actually, just the intensity of being isolated from our community and just how much it burdens us to find adaptive ways of being together, ways like today. So thank you for supporting our mental health services at the Abbey. Thank you for the effort that all of you are making to see us and see our clients and see the people that we serve and see domestic violence as a priority issue in our community. Thanks for everybody who's working to keep friends, family members, clients, loved ones safe. And please know that your donation goes straight into that work and that your gift helps to further our important work. So thank you.
And thank you, Hillary Shaw. And this is Hillary Shaw again with the Abbey Shelter. So thank you. Thank you for being here, the work that you do in our community.
Okay. Happy Great Fish, everybody.
All right. Next up, we have Cammie Peck. All right, Cammie. Now, good. Thank you. Now, you got to remind me, Cammie, you're with.
I am with the Flathead Food Bank.
I knew that, but I was totally blanking on it for a minute there. I knew you, and I was like, wait a minute. You know, I work with a lot of nonprofits, and sometimes I'm like, which one are they with?
Especially because I know that our schedule's a little off. Oh, okay. So tell it again. Okay. Hi, guys. Thank you for joining us today. I'm with the Flathead Food Bank. Like probably every other person coming here today, thank you for being a part of the Great Fish Community Challenge. This year, we've seen a large increase in the number of families who are food insecure. So your donations will go directly towards buying more food and stretching your dollar to help families in need. We've gone from, in an ordinary year, we usually serve about 4,500 families, and we've done that plus in just the first 5 months of 2020. So please give. We appreciate you. We cannot say thank you enough. We will do everything we can to make your dollars matter in our community. Thank you so much.
That was great. I appreciate you being short and sweet, although I'm not going to say that that should discount how much value is in the Flathead Food Bank, especially when we just want to say really briefly, when we saw a huge surge in our food banks recently when the COVID hit us and we had to close everything down. People were laid off. They had no idea if they were getting a paycheck again or not. People who had never been to a food bank had to go to the food banks. They stepped up, they brought in load of food. It was incredible. So thank you.
Could I just mention too, we have changed our method of delivery. So we are curbside delivery, and it's open from every Tuesday and Thursday. The seniors, anybody 60 and over, can come from 9 a.m. to noon, and general public is open 1 to 4. And if you are in need of food, all you need to come and bring is your ID, and we will supply you with food enough at least for a week. So please come by if you are in need. We want to help you. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thanks for being here. All right. Next up, we have, come on in. All right. We're going to keep things streaming here. We've got quite a few of you watching us online. We appreciate your chats that are coming in, and we will be doing some more drawings here shortly and give away a lot more money. But right now, we want to keep introducing our friends that are here. So we have Brett with our Ravenwood. Brett Holmquist, and he's going to tell you what's happening right now and really how some of the things are impacting his organization right now.
Thanks, Linda. Thanks for tuning in, everybody, and being part of this incredible event. Start off with gratitude. That's our tradition at Ravenwood. And I want to send out so much gratitude to all of the community members who donate, and especially to the staff here at Whitefish Community Foundation. They're orienting everyone out front in the hot sun and smiling and making everybody feel really welcome. And that's how we always feel when we participate in these events. So we're just super honored and grateful to be part of this, and the staff and the board at Community Foundation do a phenomenal job of creating this event. We're so grateful. And to you, thank you, Linda. Ravenwood operates all kinds of youth programs all around the valley. Our home base is here in Whitefish, and our primary field site is on F.H. Stoltz Land and Lumber Company holdings between Whitefish and Columbia Falls on Trumbull Canyon Road. And so that's another partnership that I want to highlight. I know Stoltz has done so many wonderful things in our community over the years, and they just continue to be a fantastic partner for us and create so much beautiful space. So our kids are literally out right now at summer camp on that site, picking huckleberries and tracking animals and listening to birds and singing songs and exploring in the creek, catching fish, doing all the things that kids are supposed to do when they live in Montana. So the parents are exceptionally happy that we've been able to come up with some policies that have allowed our camps to operate safely. And we're just so grateful for their patience and trust. And we've learned so much. And, the silver linings, I think, of times like these when we're struggling with something difficult like a pandemic are that it brings our community together even tighter and creates more trust. And we lean into those relationships that we build. So just a big shout out to our staff and our parents and all of our supporters for helping us carry on with these programs and giving kids that huge breath of fresh air through their mask. Although we do have something called a sit spot at Ravenwood, which is a quiet time that everybody gets to take a moment of alone time in the woods at a special spot that they go to every time they come to camp, and observe and think and ponder and just relax. And so when they do that, they get to take their mask off, and that's a nice break because it's a big job to keep those going. So in the meantime, we are heavy duty in the midst of planning and replanning again for our fall programming and what that might look like. I think that's the real focus for our relationship so far with the Great Fish Community Challenge has been the capacity and the resources that have come in from all of these amazing donations have really helped us expand our outreach in the schools here in the Valley. So our big highlight program from last year's funds was with Helena Flats School, and they're an independent district, so they have a little bit, it's easier for them to be custom and creative and do things on a scale that are very workable with our organization. So we partnered with a local landowner who has really cool historic ranch right on the Flathead River there in the Helena Flats community, and created a space for local fourth graders from Helena Flats to come once. I think they did 2 days a week for 3 weeks, so a total of 6 days with their teachers and a handful of parents, and they got to experience the Ravenwood programming out there on that land and build a special connection with a piece of nature that is in their community, which is our highest ideal. That's our focus, is connecting people with nature, community, and self, and a sense of place is kind of where all of those things come together. So we're really pleased with that, and that wouldn't have been possible without the funds from the Great Fish Challenge last year. And we're hoping that we can add another school to that program in this coming year with the funds that will come through. We aren't sure yet. One of the updates and difficulties of the pandemic is just not knowing how to plan with the schools, because they don't know what they're doing yet. And we're all working together to try to figure that out. But some of the other funds that we used last year were to introduce, sort of pilot a small level of programming in schools or in schoolyards, which is kind of new for us. We tend to try to bring people into a more complex, nature environment, but we have a lot of wilderness skills and handcrafts that we do, and games and things that are very connective. So we started experimenting with that, and that was really successful. But this year we're not sure how far we can take that, just not knowing yet what the schools will be able to do with us, in the new context. So we're just going to hold tight and getting, lots and lots of families are trying to sort out what they're going to do in terms of schooling this year. And so we're getting a ton of inquiries around homeschool options. So I think that's another way that we can serve the community through, I don't know yet what that's all going to look like, but certainly a lot of interest every day. I'm getting multiple calls and emails asking if we have options for kids during school time if they choose not to go. So we're also going to reach out to the schools again and see, what can we do to help you? Is there anything we can do with our sites? Is there anything we can do on your site? How do we work together to keep kids not just learning on the academic level, but healthy? And I think that's where the community has really started to see Ravenwood as a really unique place of value, in that, the kind of work we do is all about creating a fundamental sense of well-being and belonging. And in today's fast-paced world, especially with all the technology options that we have, it can be a little overwhelming, and I think people and kids even get a little short-circuited, and our program has a very grounding effect. And so it's neat to see how those weaves are coming together going forward. So that's the update.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. And again, this is Brett with Ravenwood National Center, and thank you very much for what you're doing. Yes. All right.
Thanks, everybody.
All right. Next, I believe we have Denny Olson coming in, right?
Yes.
Is it Denny?
Yes,
Okay.
Denny.
Now, Denny, you're also going to need to introduce yourself to me.
Okay. I'm Denny Olson. I'm the conservation educator with Flathead Audubon Society, and I'm here today to talk about our organization. One of the things, of course, in the age of COVID, birds, yeah. So, but there's a lot of people. There's a lot of people that have some specific needs that are pretty much survival needs. We're doing longer term, once we're done with all this mess kinds of things, as at this point. We do a lot of programming with schools and with other organizations, Flathead Land Trust, Ravenwood, who was just here. We'll all do nature education, for us, it's starting with birds. And we've been doing that for a long time with field trips, with dozens of field trips every year, which now have to be fewer people and socially distanced and all that sort of thing. But we're adapting. We're adapting. We realize that there are some things that we can do that are going to set the stage for when we get out of this COVID problem, we're going to be able to use those things as preparatory and stuff for our teachers and students and so on. Luckily, I have some video production skills, and so we just finished a 15-minute video, and I was in costume as Professor Avian Guano, who's a German professor of ornithology, who's been studying birds a little too long, talking about why birds matter. It's called Bird, and it's 15 minutes long. And if you go to our website at flatheadaudubon.org, you can click on the link and go to YouTube and watch it. It's pretty fun. It's lighthearted, humorous, but it's also got some serious messages about how important birds are. Birds are one of those things that are sort of underrated. They're everywhere. They're background noise when you walk through the woods. They're everywhere on the planet. There's 18,000 species of birds, 400 billion of them. But there are also they also perform some really extremely critically valuable functions for us people. There are 10 quintillion insects in the world as we speak, and birds have a lot to do with the fact that it isn't more than that. And it isn't just they're good insects. They're insects that don't have our best interests in mind, but birds will help that population. If it wasn't for birds being around eating what they eat, my guess, it doesn't take too much projection to guess that we wouldn't be around either, just because of the way that works. So birds are important from a lot of perspectives. They do free shipping. They eat seeds and they poop, and they fly everywhere. And so they're basically the original farmers, and they've been doing it since the dinosaurs. And they're also the undertakers. When something dies, it doesn't just sit there, thank goodness, because otherwise the world would be a mess. So the ravens and the magpies and all those guys, the vultures, will come in and be the first responders when there's a death in the world, and they help later on with the bacteria and the bugs, but they turn it back into soil and back into life. And they're also an economic driver. Bird watching in the United States of America up until now was about $100 billion. It contributed about $100 billion to our economy in the United States, $12 billion in taxes, 700,000 jobs. So it's bigger than people think. It's the fastest growing sport, if you want to call it that, on the planet. So our adaptation is to understand first that how important birds are, and once they do that, we're going to be having our second film is going to be about the balance that they bring to the system. And the third film is going to be trouble that they're in. We've had a 30% drop, 30%, a third of our birds, practical purposes, are gone since 1970, in the last 50 years in North America. And that's kind of awesome. And so those are the sorts of things. And then finally, our last film, 4 that we're going to do, is going to be about, in sequence for teachers and students, is going to be about what we can do at our homes, in our houses, in our yards, at work, to help them.
Right. No, that's a good point. Yeah. Well, excellent. That's excellent information. So again, this is sorry, I'm getting overload on my sunshine here, so you have to forgive me. We have Flathead Audubon, and we have Danny Olson with Flathead Audubon here. And again, I have to say, everything you just said is so critical. I mean, we just enjoy the birds out here behind the office. We're so lucky to have, this, but also, I mean, I'm sure every single one of you, when you open your windows in the morning and you hear those birds chirping, it's just one of the most, incredible sounds, and it's just so peaceful, and it can bring so many health attributes to you.
And they're canaries in the coal mine. If they're not reproducing, something's wrong with the system. Yeah.
So true. We need those birds. It's a science. We have to study them. It tells us, forecasts, everything. So thank you for what you do, and thank you to Flathead Audubon for all of everything that you're doing in the Flathead Valley for education.
Visit us at flatheadaudubon.org.
Excellent. Flatheadaudubon.org. All right, Todd. We have Todd next. Now, Todd, you're wearing a different hat. Manager is here, but he is not here from the Big Brothers and Big Sisters, so he's really throwing me off. So Todd is going to be here for the Whitefish School District Education Foundation. Excellent.
Thank you. Yes, I promise this will be the last time I'm in this seat today. So hello, everyone. Thank you for tuning in to this fabulous event. We are honored to be participating again. So I am Todd Langasher, and I'm here on behalf of the Whitefish Education Foundation. So the Whitefish Education Foundation is led by a group of individuals from the community, many past educators, and then we also have educators, administrators, teachers from within the school district that are on the board. And our mission really is quite simple, which is to support learning and teaching within the school district to augment the many incredible efforts that the school district is already endeavoring to achieve. So we will continue, so the using of the funds that we raise through this campaign, we will continue to do the work that we have done in the past. I will say that, like every other organization, we are also working hard to focus on the challenges around the pandemic and responding to that. There's no debate, I don't hear, around the fact that the achievement gap, the education gap that already existed between well-resourced and under-resourced families will have widened as a result of the pandemic. I think the only question is how wide the gap will be. And I think most educators are terrified to get into schools and actually find that out in the fall. So one of the things that we're really focused on is how can we support the teachers, the school district, and the kids in that effort is closing that gap back up as we start the school year in whatever form that happens. So we, I'll point to 3 realms in which we work, in which we will use the funds raised through the Great Fish Community Challenge. So one thing we serve as the organizing body for family involvement. So any family that's involved in the school district that wants to find a way to be involved beyond sending their kid every day can work with us. It's not the only way, but it's a way that we are helping the schools, is being the organizing body for that. We use some of our funds from this and other funds that we raise to enhance in-class and out-of-classroom learning experiences. So sometimes that looks like a teacher coming to us and completing a grant application asking for an item that they believe will augment their teaching and the students' learning in the classroom. And another example might be that they have created an experience that requires them to transport kids, and so we can help with the funding for really just moving the kids from school to the experience and back. So those are a couple of ways. And then the other way that we are trying to support the school district, and this is a growing part, I would say, of our foundation, is leveraging the human resources in the community. So volunteers and then also professionals. So we do use some of our funds to bring in professional educators to speak with the community or the school district on a topic. And then we also are organizing volunteers to go into schools around literacy and numeracy and social emotional issues. So that's all volunteer. Where we come in and bring to bear some of our resources, our funding, is in the organization. So we do enable through funding people to organize which volunteer is going to work with which kid or which group of kids, and all of the, you can imagine, that involve around spaces and kids and volunteers and program of what are we actually trying to bring to the kids. That's been a really successful program, both in the writing coaches and then the math coaches of recent. So thank you for your support of our community, and thank you for your support of Whitefish Education Foundation.
All right. And again, this is Todd, and he's here with the Whitefish School District Education Foundation. Thank you very much. Thanks for helping us today. All right. So now we're going to do adjustments here. We are going to also going to move everything back a little bit because we are in the sunshine again. Yep. You can just bear with us, people. Yep. Put that right there, right there. Right there. Yep. Okay. All right. So let's do a couple of drawings really quick while we have a minute, Miss Daria. We've got you. Or we're going to have to postpone that for a minute. Sorry, folks. We're just doing a temporary readjustment. We are just trying to keep this outside in the shade and keep it outside. And so, thank you for all your comments as they're coming through today. We really appreciate it. And we thank you for tuning in. I did not see your drawing sheet. You need that. Yep. Right. All right. So I'm going to go ahead, Mary. We'll go ahead and bring Mary in here. Whoops. Mary, I'm going to get you started while I fix a few things. Come on in. Nope. You sit down. Come on, sit right down here. Yep, have a seat. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Linda.
Okay, keep that microphone right up there.
All right, will do. You want me to go ahead while you're reconstructing? All right. Well, hi, everyone. I'm Mary Bryan from Child Bridge, and I'm the co-founder of the organization. We find and equip foster and adoptive families for local children who are victims of abuse and neglect. And sadly, right here in the Whitefish Flathead Valley community, there are hundreds of these children who suffer this abuse and neglect and have to go into foster care because of that. Now, going into foster care is one thing, but imagine if there's not a family to care for you and you have to be moved out of the area. You've lost all of your friends, your family, your pets, everything familiar to you. So our focus is to find local families to care for these children who have suffered this abuse and neglect and care for them however long it's needed. The goal of foster care is always reunification with a healthier biological family. But if that can't happen, then foster children will need longer term care or possibly even adoptive care. So that's our focus. It's one thing to recruit a family to have enough families available, but these families also need an incredible amount of resources and relationships in order to be successful, because caring for a child victim who has experienced trauma is very hasn't experienced trauma. And these resources and relationships are critical so that there aren't disruptions and these children have to move with more frequency, which just continues to disrupt the child's life. I'm so grateful for all of the support of the Whitefish Community Foundation and all of your support over the years. When you support Child Bridge through this effort, you are truly changing the life of a child. I also want to let you know what COVID has meant to foster care. Numbers of reports of child abuse and neglect have gone down. And wouldn't we think that's something to celebrate? But sadly, we are preparing for a spike in the fall as kids go back to school. You see, during COVID, they lost that safety net of teachers or daycare workers being aware of potential child abuse and neglect. So when children and families were harbored at home, that wasn't safe for everyone. So if you would support Child Bridge, you're going to help us gear up for what we are concerned about is a potential explosion of more children needing foster care or healthy families to care for them in the fall as more children come back into schools and things get back to normal. So again, thank you so much. When you support Child Bridge, you are truly changing the life of a child in need right here locally. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Mary, with Child Bridge. Really appreciate you being here. Okay, now next up, we are going to move on to, I don't think we have Glacier Conservancy. All right. So Rachel, okay, Rachel, come on up here. And again, sorry, Rachel, I am not familiar with everyone. So who are you here with? Oh, excellent. Okay, wonderful. So this is the Nurturing Center, and the Nurturing Center is a first-time participant in the Great Fish Community Challenge. So we're really excited to have you participating, and it would be wonderful to have you tell us all about what the Nurturing Center does for our community.
So the Nurturing Center is one of 7 childcare resource and referral agencies in the state of Montana. What that really means is we do everything with early childhood, with childcare issues, everything like that. Particularly, we deal with Best Beginning scholarships, so helping low-income families afford childcare, as well as provider education, parent education, food programs that help childcare providers afford the food that they feed their children there, as well as some more direct action type things that we're really getting into, including we have a large supply of diapers, wipes, formula that we distribute to people who are in need, as well as we're looking into starting up some scholarships for parents who do not qualify for the Best Beginnings childcare scholarships. So that'll really help those people who maybe make $5 above that minimum or that maximum income limit to help them afford childcare. So we're really trying to do that right now. And then, like, as far as COVID goes, I've heard a lot of people kind of discussing how that's impacted their organization. We have not had 100% of our childcare centers reopen, which is a significant problem considering that there was a childcare crisis before COVID hit. And so COVID's really amplifying it, really making it hard for families who maybe don't have constant or secure income to really be able to afford and get their kids safe, quality childcare. So that's kind of something that we're working with. We're working on finding more childcare providers, people who might be interested, as well as just getting more education to the providers we do have, hopefully to keep them going through the crisis. So, yeah.
Thank you, Rachel. That's really true. I mean, we're dealing with this COVID crisis, when we think about the schools and all their struggles, but we also have the same thing with childcare. We want this economy to keep going. We want people back to work and going to work. What do you do if you're a mother and you're working and you need some childcare? And then, of course, your kids are out of school because if the school is struggling to decide what they're going to do, and all of it, it's just, we're all in this together, folks, and it's an incredible process. And that's what the Great Fish Community Challenge is here for, to be in this together, raise money for everyone, all at the same time, one big moving force, and of course, inspire you to give so that they can get a matching gift as well. So, yes, thank you very much for being here.
So much.
Okay. All right, now next up we have Luke Walrath, Alpine Theater Project. And actually, Luke, come and sit down. And we're going to do some drawings because people are waiting for money. Okay. All right, Luke.
Yes.
I want you to draw the name out and tell me who it is.
All right.
They're going to get $25 extra.
Okay. This will go to Tom Cope with the Flathead Rapids Soccer Club.
All right, Tom Corbin with the Flathead Rapids. Corbin. Thank you very much for giving. Coburn. Okay, Tom Coburn.
Congratulations.
This is up to $100.
Okay.
Pick a good one.
Yeah, that guy. All right. And this is Jamie Pollard with Sparrow's Nest.
Excellent.
Fantastic.
Okay, we're getting clobbered again. Jamie Pollard with Sparrow's Nest. Excellent. You're going to get $100 on top of that.
Excellent. All right. Here we go.
There you're doing double duty.
Awesome.
There you go. We got it.
All right.
Lynette's got
This
the
next
answer.
one is Rita Braun with the Whitefish Review.
All right, Rita Braun, how much does she get? $50. Rita Braun's getting $50 with a Whitefish Review. And right as we said that, the Whitefish Review shows up.
Perfect timing. All right, here we go. Another one. This is Stephen Lull.
Stephen Lull, Flathead Cancer Aid. And this one is going to get $100 on Stephen Lull, Flathead Cancer Aid. And one more. It's a biggie.
All right, here we go. This one will go to North Valley Music School.
Nope, North Valley Music School, Cameron Blake. She'll get $25 on that one. So we're going to draw that one again. We had drawn one more. Okay, wait, we can't draw anymore. We've confused Darius, so we have to stop.
Okay.
We drew too many too fast. $25 was the last one. We added $25 to Cameron Blake with is that music school? Great. All right, let's draw one more.
One more?
Can we do it?
This one's 100. All right, here we go.
All right, and it's Patricia Jepson. Oh, Patricia, you're just having a lucky day. See, folks, Whitefish Theater Company, you're getting extra $100 for Whitefish Theater Company on that drawing. All right, that's good, wonderful. Now we can turn this over to Luke Woolrath with Alpine Theater Project. Thank you.
Hey everyone, thanks for hearing me out, and thanks to the Community Foundation for once again stepping up and helming this incredible thing. I think one of the things that if those of you who are watching the live stream, I can see the chat going down the side there. If you guys haven't noticed a common theme, I think one of the things that is obviously going on right now is it has been a gut check, I think, for everybody during COVID to kind of determine what's essential and what as a society we really value and what we need. And I think it's not a surprise that the nonprofit sector has been filling in the gaps, because that is what they do. These services that so many across many industries in the nonprofit world are providing are the ones that are keeping us going. These are the things that are keeping us going. So a program like this, like the Great Fish Community Challenge, is paramount to the survival of these services. One of the services that Alpine Theater Project does is traditionally we bring in actors with Broadway film television experience to perform and teach here in the Flathead Valley. Hi, Lynette. Especially since the lockdown in March, we have really started focusing on using creativity to show the community, especially our students. We reach several hundred students a year, get them involved in our educational outreach programs, to show them how creativity can be used as a tool to overcome challenges. We are all facing immense challenges right now, and we believe that creativity is one of those things that theater teaches you to really cultivate, to come up with innovative and creative solutions to the challenges that we're facing. Also, one of the things that we're really trying to work on in our educational program is 3 principles of deep listening, empathy, and honesty. These are 3 things that are paramount to building a character and being a successful actor. And we think these are 3 life skills that are needed now more than ever. With a lot of unrest and a lot of wanting change in our society and our systems, I think in order for us to come together as a society, we need to listen to each other deeply. We need to have empathy for one another, and we need to honestly look at ourselves and the world around us to determine what we want to change and how we're going to change it. And I think theater is uniquely positioned to teach our youth these kinds of skills, because we're going to need them now more than ever. Yeah, we've been going since March in very, very interesting ways. We were a week into one of our programs with the high school students, and we immediately switched gears and turned that into a movie, which had to be rehearsed and recorded entirely in isolation. So we did that, immediately went into our grade 1 through 8 program, where we presented Disney's Moana Jr. outdoors to a limited audience. We masked up, we distanced out. And we are in the middle of our Broadway summer training camp, where we have 10 Broadway actors mentoring 35 local students. Again, masked up. It's been a very interesting rehearsal process. We are actually about to start performing out at Memorial Field in Whitefish here, because it's big enough for us to spread everybody out and make sure that everyone is distanced and masked up and enjoying their time. But all of this is to show that there are innovative and creative solutions to the challenges that we're facing, so that missions can continue, so that we don't have to cease what we are doing in the service that we're providing for the community, just because we have to maybe change things up. So, yeah.
Thank you, Luke. So glad you dropped by to see us today. As we mentioned earlier, we were talking about it. Our arts and culture organizations that rely on being able to have people gather and enjoy a live performance, are among the most, have had to be the most adaptive and some of the hardest hit financially. So, again, great place to spend some dollars during the Great Fish Community Challenge. Right.
It's absolutely needed. Ticket sales have completely ceased to exist globally. So we are reliant on community help. So thank you.
Thanks, Luke.
Right.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Take care. So once again, here we are at the Great Fish Community Challenge launch. And I have Daniel Verarda. He's here next up with Casa. It's Max. Sorry, I've done that twice today. So Max has his mask on, and you'd think that I would have noted that it was him. So I've got Max Curtis, and he is Sparrow's Nest, Northwest Montana. And I'm going to turn the mic over to him, and he's going to talk to you a little bit about what Sparrow's Nest is up to these days.
Thank you so much for having us. We're excited to be here. And I think I speak for everybody when we say how much we appreciate how much hard work has gone into putting this on again. And we really recognize everything you guys have done to make this happen. And we're very appreciative. As far as Sparrow's Nest goes, we're really excited to be participating again this year. I think this is our 6th year in a row. And we've been rocking and rolling at Sparrow's Nest. We have almost a full house right now. With COVID, things have been tricky trying to convince teenagers to stay indoors and social distance, especially since we kind of cultivate a family-like environment at our facility. It's been tough, but kudos to our kids for, listening and following directions and doing the best that they can to adhere to those social distancing recommendations. We are in the works trying to put together a drop-in center in Kalispell that will extend our reach kind of out of the teenage realm and more focused on young adults as well. So once we get that up and running, that will be serving youth 14 to 24. So, those youth who might not be a great fit for our long-term living facility can still receive services from our case manager and our staff there to help them find housing, job applications, college applications, pretty much you name it, and we'll be there to help them. So we're really excited about that. We're expecting that to happen in 2021, hopefully. And what else? I'm really excited to say that we have a former resident actually on staff at Sparrow's Nest now. So that's really exciting. He's doing really great, building great relationships with the kids that we have in the house right now. And I think they all really look up to him, and he's an inspiration to them to see what Sparrow's Nest can do for, the kids that come through our program. So it's really cool to have a previous resident actually work in our organization and work directly with our youth. Shout out to our staff who's been also, dealing with COVID requirements and keeping the kids in check. They're considered essential. So they've been put through a lot of stress recently, but they've been plugging along and doing really well. And, keeping the kids busy and just being there to support them. So it's really great to see.
So I have a question for you, Max. A couple questions, actually. I know I wanted you to maybe address, I know you guys have had a very successful graduation rate with the residents that have lived here, so maybe you could tell us a little bit about that. And then also, it's the drop-in center, such a great project to see you guys be able to serve so many more kids than you already serve, and hopefully in a location where you'll be able to collaborate with other nonprofits as well. So maybe if I could just ask you to expand on those couple things. And maybe a third thing, I also think, it's been really difficult for organizations like Sparrow's Nest that are relationship heavy, that all of a sudden have kids around that are usually in school. Right. So maybe just some of the accommodations that you've had to make for that have been, demanding of your resources financially.
As far as our graduation rate goes, we're proud to retain a 90% graduation rate. So almost every student that comes through our program graduates high school, moves on to either college, the military, the workforce, whatever the case may be. We're encouraging these youth to get out and become productive, contributing members of society. And I think we're really nailing our mission there. So that's really exciting. And we're proud of all of our graduates and all of our current residents. They're all really great kids. And as far as our drop-in center goes, you're right, Lynette. We're trying to get into the Gateway Community Center in Kalispell to just kind of act as a hub. United Way is right there. We're really excited that can kind of act as a one-stop shop for all services needed for those who are seeking services. So we hope we get that space, and Rochelle Moorhead, our new executive director, is doing a really great job getting funding for that and writing applications. And I know with you guys about that funding. So she's doing a really great job. So shout out to Rochelle. And then as far as school goes with COVID, yes, you're right. That has come with quite a few challenges. I think it took a while to kind of get into the rhythm of remote learning. But our kids are doing really well. You know, they're on top of it. They know that that's why they're at Sparrow's Nest, to graduate high school, and they're all putting in the work and doing really well with that. So we're not too sure what the school year will look like this coming semester, but whatever the case may be, I'm sure our kids are going to adapt because they're all very resilient, just coming from where they come from. They're used to change and they're open to change. So that's really great to see. And I think that covers it. Yeah. So thank you again for having me. And it's a pleasure to be invited back to this great event, and good luck to all the competing nonprofits out there. I know we all do amazing work. So thank you to everybody who's participating in this event.
Thanks so much, Max. Thanks for coming. I am actually going to move. Now, these poor people that were interviewed that are visiting us are going to have to sit in the sun, but we feel that, okay, and apparently they can see them better, which is even better because nobody really wants to look at me. Oops. Okay. And I might kill myself anyways doing this. All right. So here we are at our YouTube Live event, our Great Fish launch party. And yes. And next up, we've got Alyssa Cordova with the Hockaday Museum of Art visiting us from Kalispell. And the Hockaday has actually been a past participant in the Great Fish Community Challenge, but took a few years off. And now we're really pleased that they reapplied and that they're joining us again. So I'm going to give the mic over to Alyssa, and she's going to tell you all about the Hockaday.
Thank you, Lynette, and thank you to the Great Fish Challenge and the Whitefish Community Foundation for this opportunity. Yes, the Hockaday Museum of Art is pleased to participate in this year's Great Fish Challenge. We are asking for your support for our campaign called Art Education for All Ages. We offer a range of programs, events, and activities at the museum throughout the week for ages ranging from preschool all the way up to our senior citizens. And so we are asking for your help to support some of those programs, which includes our scholarly art exhibitions that rotate out regularly throughout the year. Some of the work is from our permanent collection, and some we have on loan from other institutions, and we work with artists. We're a museum that was started by a group of artists in Kalispell 51 years ago. So we offer all types of classes, like preschool art classes. We offer after school art classes. We offer special tours for our senior citizens called Senior Tour and Tea. We also have special admission prices and membership discounts for those age groups. And so we're asking for support to help continue those programs. Yeah.
Thank you, Alyssa. Thanks for coming by to see us. I guess, we haven't had as much interaction with the Hockaday over the years as we did previously, but I know that, of course, COVID has also really affected your school programs and the number of kids that can come and visit your exhibits. And I'm just wondering how you've adapted during this difficult time.
Yes, well, as you know, with many other nonprofits in the area and in the world, we have been impacted by COVID-19, and we closed our doors for a while to the public, and we also had to cancel some of those programs we typically offer for our kids. We have had to think creatively and pivot and come up with some programs that especially for kids to do remotely. So we handed out over 500 art kits to families and students in the area, working with local schools and other nonprofits and homeless shelters and Imagine If libraries. And it was a really great opportunity to collaborate with other nonprofits in the Valley and provide that. And because these kids were staying at home and didn't have access to their art and school supplies. It really helped to fill the gap for them while they were at home. And we've had to reimagine some of our tours. We've been working on getting into the 21st century and giving some of our doing some virtual field trips and some virtual tours of our spaces with local schools and students. And we have a medicine show where we work with the Blackfeet tribe and tribal members, where we typically go into the school and do a several-day program teaching about culture and history through art objects. Unfortunately, we weren't able to be in the schools, but we were able to do that virtually. And so, we're really trying to move into this next year, basically planning for those to be either or. So it's pushed us into opening up our audience in some ways too. So, but we would really love your support to continue to provide these types of programs, because we really do feel that art matters in this time. We have all communities around the world have really been impacted by this and have suffered greatly emotionally. And we really do believe that the mental health of our community is important, and art can really help provide some healing at this moment.
Absolutely agree with that. And we keep asking everyone to please, remember our arts organizations. We know that you've suffered a great deal due to COVID-19. So I guess I have to say thank yous for coming. It's nice to meet you, Alyssa. I don't know that we've not met before, so it's great. Yeah, in person. Many phone conversations, right? But thanks for coming by. We'll see you in the next few weeks. Good luck in the campaign.
Thank you. I just wanted to say again, thank you to the Whitefish Community Foundation and for this opportunity, and also best of luck to all the other nonprofit organizations. We really are in this together. And for any of you from other nonprofit organizations who are listening, please reach out to me. I'd love to talk with you and find more ways that we can help support one another during this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So we're rolling right along, and I think it was me that probably got us behind this morning, which doesn't surprise me. Give any of us a chance to talk about the Great Fish Community Challenge and add that to a bunch of nonprofits who are really passionate about what they do, and that just makes us all behind. So the next up, I've got Brian Schott from Whitefish Review, and first I'm going to ask him to pass me my paper towels that are at his toes there, so that I can give this this mic a Clorox. But I want to say thanks for joining us, everyone, today. This is our virtual launch event for the Great Fish Community Challenge. You can come by and donate. We're at 214 West 2nd Street today at the Community Foundation until 3 p.m. You're welcome to donate online at whitefishcommunityfoundation.org. And all the gifts that we receive by 3 p.m., $25 per organization over, will be entered to win additional matching grants. And we'll be drawing some more of those momentarily. So without further ado, I'm going to give you Brian Schott from Whitefish Review.
This is literally the hot seat. It is. Feels like about 100 degrees here, but we're fired up and happy and hot to trot here at Whitefish Review. So thank you to the Whitefish Community Foundation for what you all do. I really don't believe Whitefish Review would be in the place that we are at without the support of the Community Foundation, without the support of the community of Whitefish, the Valley, and beyond. So just thank you so much. We literally wouldn't be on issue number 25 without you.
Our pleasure.
So wow, it is wild. I do have something fun to start this out with, because we are launching our 25th issue in mid-August. August 15th is the official launch date for that. And this is the official unveiling of the cover. No one other than the Day of Giving people, we sent a little sneak preview out to, but no one has seen this cover, and we're very proud to share it with everyone. And I don't know if you can position that so people can see it a little bit better, but it is an amazing piece of artwork by Big Fork artist Barbara Schelling, and it is called Gas Mask Junko. And we basically at Whitefish Review had to retool this whole issue when the COVID crisis started. The back cover you'll see is a archive print from the 1918 Spanish flu pandemic out of California. Just a historical reference to the pandemic and what we're going through again here. But we're tremendously excited. Something that that Barbara wrote about gas mask Junko, and funny enough, she created this piece of art in 2018. So not COVID related, but we came upon this piece and thought it was very appropriate. She writes, "Well, I didn't create gas mask Junko because of COVID-19. We can still view the virus as a lesson for humans to live more lightly on Earth. Science has been giving us facts about our environment that we would rather not hear. We stuff that information away and try not to think about it. It's not until something happens, something so hugely upsetting to the established order of our daily lives, that we are jolted into awareness." So again, we're excited to share this this issue with everyone. For those that don't know about Whitefish Review, we publish 2 issues annually. Again, this is our 25th issue. We publish art, photography, poetry, fiction, essays, nonfiction, and some insightful interviews as well. Just to give you a little preview of this issue, we have some really notable names. We have Joyce Carol Oates shares an essay with us about the creation of a literary journal that she ran back in the 1970s. We have Terry Tempest Williams. We have her husband, Brooke Williams. We have Andrea and Doug Peacock, who give us a hilarious piece about pandemic movie reviews. We have Betsy Quammen and David Quammen. Betsy has a new book out talking about conspiracy theories of the West, the Bundy family, and of course, David is the famous science writer who wrote Spillover and basically, you know, sort of talked about the predictions for a pandemic like this. So Pam Houston gives us a beautiful essay in this one as well. And then we have another 30 to 40 artists and writers joining us as well. So we're tremendously excited.
Thank you so much for joining us. I also want to say I haven't read that many Whitefish reviews, but you do also do quite a bit of work, don't you? Bringing together established, well-known authors with sort of lesser-known local authors. Is that correct?
So actually, can you give me a paper towel just so I can dab my forehead? I told y'all this is the hot seat, literally. We have always prided ourselves in bringing oftentimes unpublished authors to the first pages of their publishing experience alongside some of these greats that I've mentioned. Right now, you know, one of the effects of COVID-19 for us is when we have an issue, we always launch it with a big literary event where we bring in famous authors and most times match them up with a local high school student or a local writer who has never stood on the stage before reading their work. And we've always wanted Whitefish Review to be part of the artistic experience in terms of growing young writers and artists. And that, you know, has really been a foundation for us in terms of the local community. You know, the Whitefish Education Foundation was up here earlier, and the writing coaches program that has run, and we've always, you know, kind of worked with a nonprofit like the Ed Foundation to identify young writers who have promise, and we feel we can give them that spark and give them that push. So that's always been a special part of the journal.
Well, thank you. I think that because we are behind, I have to cut us off there. But we completely appreciate everything Whitefish Review does. And you've been a longtime Great Fish Community Challenge participant. So welcome back, right? As always.
Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah.
We're really happy to be here. We'll be retooling the next phase of how we engage with community, whether it's virtually. We're hoping we can get our live events going back again, but like others, we're struggling with that. But we'll keep in touch with everyone. So thank you so much.
Okay, you're so welcome. Okay, that was just a slip in our social distancing and our sterilization technique, but we've been trying to be very, very good. It's just hard, right?
I'll go take a shower.
Yeah, you're going to have to. Thanks, Brian, for coming by. So once again, Brian Chute, Whitefish Review. Always pleased to see all of our local nonprofits and hear the stories in particular about collaboration. We know that we tend to work with nonprofits. I want to say a lot of the times it's one-on-one, but in actual fact, our nonprofit community works together. We know that they do, and we love to hear about how that works because we don't always get to experience on a daily basis. Next, we have a gentleman with us from Habitat for Humanity, and I'm embarrassed to say that I do not know his name. And unlike previous times today, I'm not just going to guess and guess wrong. So I'm not going to take a guess. So Habitat for Humanity, welcome. What is your name, sir? Okay, Adam Tunnel is going to speak with us about the wonderful things that Habitat's doing. A very long established organization in our valley, always doing great work. Here you go, Adam.
Yes, hello. Habitat for Humanity has definitely been affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. We've had to get very creative in our donation process for the restore. We've had to get creative in our processes with volunteers on the build site and working through those issues. And we're just so thankful for organizations such as the Whitefish Community Foundation that is able to support all of those things. So throughout Habitat's history, we have built and completed over 56 homes through Whitefish, Kalispell, and Columbia Falls. Dedicated 3 homes last winter in Kalispell to 3 amazing families. And we are currently in the process of building 5 homes down in Lakeside. Those 5 homes will provide a safe place for over 22 people. Throughout Habitat's history with the 56 homes, that was 240 people that received housing in an affordable way. So Habitat really works to provide a hand up, not a handout. And every $100 donated, spent at the restore, every $100 is 1 square foot of a child's bedroom. It's 1 square foot that a family can make memories, can just be safe together. So we work really hard with that, and we're trying to get everything just evened out from the COVID pandemic. Get the volunteer groups back in, which have just been very slow to come back around, and a lot of the church groups, and they're holding them back. So we're trying to get ramped up. We have face masks and everything put out, which you can purchase at the restore with Habitat for Humanity on them. There are hand sanitizers everywhere, our volunteers. We got ozone generators and other sanitation techniques for our tools so we're not getting cross contamination from those. And we're just really working hard to keep the community safe and provide housing and provide the opportunities that Habitat's been known for.
Okay, so thank you, Adam. So I have a couple questions for you. So a volunteer-based organization managing to keep it down to $100 a square foot on a home, which is just an amazing feat, and obviously requires a huge volunteer team. So despite the fact that you have been somewhat limited in your volunteers compared to usual, you're still proceeding with construction as planned on the lakeside homes and still working hard. Okay.
We are, yes. With the lakeside homes, we've got a small core group of volunteers that once we were able to get outside, that are working hard. We're masked up and fighting through the heat with that stuff. But we were able to get a lot of the walls prefabricated in a workshop. So with the prefabrication, then we move the walls down, and they're raising those right now as we go. So we've worked really hard to get creative to make it safe for our volunteers. Both on the build site and in the restore. So we're taking volunteers. Just contact us, and we can definitely use them. The COVID has definitely slowed the process down a touch, which it did with all of us. The restore was closed for 2 months, and we worked through all of that with the full shutdown. But now we're back up, and we've been creative to work through the safety and sanitation and just our COVID response plan to make it safe and still a fun environment for all.
Great. Okay. Well, thank you so much for coming by to see us today. Once again, everyone, Adam Tunnel from Habitat for Humanity of the Flathead Valley, doing their great work as always. We're very pleased to have you again in the Great Fish Community Challenge, and we wish you good luck.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Great. So we ordered the perfect sunny day, but we didn't order the weather, and it's like 100 degrees here. So I've got my mask back on, but I'm sorry if I'm cracking a bead, and I'm about to put Daniel Verardo from Casa for Kids into the hot seat now that we had just had Brian and Adam in sweating away, and he's wearing a jacket. Look how nice he looks. So here we are. Here's Daniel. Daniel gets some bleach first.
Oh, excellent.
Could always use a little extra bleach, right? Awesome. Well, yeah, thank you for having me today. It's great to be with you guys. And so, CASA for Kids. So, CASA stands for Court Appointed Special Advocate, and we are also guardian ad litems in our community. And what we do is recruit, train, and support volunteers from our community to advocate for abused and neglected children in foster care. So that's our primary purpose here. We run 2 trainings a year. We monitor cases that we can assign to advocates. We provide support to advocates to manage their cases, write court reports to the judge, and basically everything in between. We're basically there to assist. So yeah.
Okay. So I think we're all in Whitefish Community Foundation. We're pretty familiar with the CASA for Kids programs. We've been working with them for a lot of years, and they have worked through our community grant program and the Great Fish Community Challenge, and also through our Kids Fund, Giving Voice to Children, which is its own standalone grant program specifically designed to have an impact on child homelessness in the Flathead Valley. And I think Daniel has started a pretty unique program. Jamie and Daniel and the team at CASA for Kids. And I'm going to get Daniel to just tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so we were able to start up a new program called Focus, and it's a teen transition support program. And we actually have the program manager, a former foster youth. Her name is Cheyenne Clark, who has broken the cycle in her life and for her family. And now she gets to help other kids who are in foster care break those cycles and be successful on the other side of foster care. And yeah, they've had a few meetings thus far and are building the program from the ground up. And yeah, it's really exciting to watch.
So we love to see that new programs being developed, innovative programs by nonprofits. Of course, we see that every day because our nonprofit community is amazing. I guess the other thing I would like to ask is, because of the pandemic, I can't remember. I thought maybe you had an event that was canceled. I know that funding has definitely been an issue for CASA at a time when the demand for your services is skyrocketing, and maybe there's even some challenges finding out who really needs your help, given that the justice system and everything is working differently than it has in the past.
Yeah, COVID-19 has impacted CASA in a couple ways. We have had to cancel most of our fundraisers this year just because we can't gather. We are planning on going forward with one event, which is our golf scramble here in August. But all of our plans for the Great Fish actually changed itself. And we're shifting to more online social media campaigning, trying to keep connection with our community that way and ask for support. We also we have seen things change in the judicial system a little bit, but as CASA advocates, we are essential workers, so we've been able to function and maintain that service to foster kids basically unhindered during this time, which has been huge. And we've leveraged technology like Zoom and Slack and things like that, just like everybody else has, just to be safe and keep doing what we're doing. So we're actually hosting an online event tonight at 7 p.m. on Facebook and on our website. It's a watch party. So instead of an in-person event, this is going to be an online event where we have a feature story showcasing a young teen foster child as they journey through foster care. So yeah, come out and join us for that event and support CASA.
Thank you for joining us today, Daniel. Good luck to everyone at CASA for Kids and throughout the campaign. And we're hoping that we're going to have a really successful campaign. It looks like it, judging by what we've seen coming in today. Oh yeah. So great. Thank you. Thanks very much. So here we are at our Great Fish Community Challenge launch party, and we are behind in our incentive grant drawings. And so that means we need to draw some more. And the reason we're behind, as I mentioned before, is because we all like to talk and we like to visit with our local nonprofits. We're caught up. Yay. Okay, so Daria and Linda have come back, and we need to draw some more incentive grants. And look at our fishbowl. Like, these are the gifts that have come in just today, and we've already removed, quite a few of them. So that's amazing. So thank you for giving in person. Thank you for giving online. Betsy Bain is here. She's one of our board members. Long-time involvement with the Whitefish Community Foundation. Welcome, Betsy. Have a seat. I mean, see the microphone. And, the table won't be in the shade of the. But Betsy also needs bleach. So she gets the mic.
Okay.
How much is this one, Dylan? But I'm worried that's also might be too far away from the Wi-Fi. Oh, I'm sorry. This is up to 50.
This Stuart and Helen White for the Bob Marshall.
$50.
$50. Another one?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Wow, this is full.
You have to hold this right by your mouth, or you.
Okay. Anita Malone for the Humane Society. $50. Okay.
So the next one's potentially up to 50.
Okay. I want this one right here. All right.
Yep.
John and Kathy Hartley for Glacier Symphony.
$50.
$50.
Yay. Next one's 25. Okay. 25.
Oh, this is fun giving away
Isn't it?
money.
It's so fun.
All right. Nathan Pulsiter.
Pulsiter, I think.
And,
Pulsifer, sorry.
And
Flathead Area Mountain Bikers.
Thank you.
$50.
$50.
No, that one was 25.
Whoops,
I'm
sorry.
sorry. That's our fault.
25.
The next one's up to 100. Okay. So. Yes. Jen.
Jen Ashbrook for Whitefish Theater Company.
$100. $100, Jen. Good job for WTC.
Sorry.
Next one's 25. Oh, we're going crazy. Maybe that's. Is that good for now? Yeah, that's probably good for now. Okay.
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 A few more for a little while later.
All right. So I'll give you guys.
I guess
those.
more for later.
More for later. Okay. Sorry, everybody. We're still bleaching. Oh my gosh, look who came by to see us. So we are here at the Whitefish Community Foundation, and we're lucky enough to have Catherine Gunnarsson pop by from the Center for Restorative Youth Justice. Who she's just here, just in the door now. Apparently, we're moving as well because we want to go to the shade. So welcome everybody today to our virtual launch party. We really enjoyed sitting down with everyone and hearing about their organizations, the great programs they have, and also about how COVID-19 has really affected everything that they're doing, and especially their fundraising. So we've had the whole realm. We've had organizations with animals, health and human services, the arts and culture, education. I don't know if civic. I mean, they're just the whole gamut of organizations really support our community and make it the best place that it can possibly be. We're so proud to work with them all through the Great Fish Community Challenge. It's become our biggest fundraiser of the year. Of course, we're really proud of the fact that we've raised $9 million for 63 organizations since 2015. We have grown this campaign every single year, and this year will be a little bit different for us, and we're looking forward to seeing what it's going to be like. We had a very successful day of giving and unity in May that we weren't expecting to be nearly successful, and it's just amazing to us how when our community needs to step out to support organizations, how they really do that. So having said that, I'm going to give Catherine the mic, and she's going to tell us more about what's going on at CryJ.
Thank you. Speaking of support, I just stopped by. I wasn't able to be here earlier, and Andrea did a great job, but I just wanted to put some donations in for incentives. So thank you for saying hi. Yeah, the Day of Unity was amazing, by the way. What an outpouring from the community. Yeah, that was an incredible time. Well, I mean, I think we've already covered it, but it really has been interesting to just try to be as nimble and adaptive as possible this last few months. I really want to say how impressed and proud I am of our staff team and board and volunteers for really jumping in as soon as things got crazy in March. Making a point to just say, okay, what do we need to do? And it really just took I mean, I want to say it was like a week of turnaround before Andrea and Ben and Mara and members of the board were like, how do we go online?
Right.
Like, what do we do? So we didn't have any in-person. We didn't want to be in person at all, with youth together once schools closed, but we moved everything to a virtual format so we could still do community impact circles, and we could still do intakes with families, and we could still do workshops. Oh,
Apparently, you need to
Hi.
hold the mic right close.
thank you. And I was just really impressed with how they figured that out. And then in the summer, we've been able to spend time in the garden, which gives another opportunity to actually be together because we can spread out a little bit and have small groups. And that's been really exciting because I just think it's such a tangible thing for kids to do alongside each other, and alongside some volunteers and staff. And that's still a time when you can talk and connect with them and hear what they're going through and connect them to other things that they might need to feel supported right now. And I think there has been a lot of loneliness and isolation.
Yes.
And so anyway, just a shout out to everyone really, but the teams of people who make a point to have that continuity for families and youth and animals and art, everyone that needs it. Yeah.
And all of it.
Yeah.
Well, we're super pleased to have Catherine drop by. This is a
very hot.
It is very hot. The microphone itself is hot. It's been sitting in the sun, and our computer is also very hot, but it hasn't actually died on us, which is what we were worried about in the sun. So we have moved yet again into a shady spot, and hopefully this one will remain shady for the rest of the day. It's actually a spot that the deer lie in all afternoon. So I'm sure that they're not very happy with us right now, but it's just for one day, right? So thank you so much, Catherine, for dropping by to see us. We have another guest coming up. You're welcome. You're very welcome. So once again, here we are, our Great Fish Community Challenge virtual launch. We're really happy to have the opportunity to sit down with our local nonprofits. I think we have most of the participating nonprofits have joined us today. And I have a gentleman here who I don't believe I've met before. Or maybe I have, but can I ask your name?
Yep, I'm Brandon.
Oh, of course I've met Brandon, and I've even sat down with him when he didn't even have a mask on. So once again, I don't have an excuse. So Brandon is from Wings Regional Cancer Support, and they're a first-year participant in the Great Fish Community Challenge. So we welcome them. They've been really active in the Flathead Valley, doing great work for a long time. And I'm going to let Brandon tell you a little bit about that work. This has to be held right by your chin. Okay. Sorry about that.
No problem. All right, so my name is Brandon Rohr. I am a director for Wings Regional Cancer Support. A little bit about Wings. We are a local nonprofit organization that was started in the Flathead Valley in 1995. Our sole focus is in supporting local cancer patients with out-of-pocket expenses associated with traveling for treatment. So we cover expenses like plane tickets, train tickets, reimburse for mileage. We cover meals and then temporary housing. Any of those unexpected expenses that come up when someone's receiving treatment that can put a serious financial strain on a lot of families. So that is our purpose. We have a defined service area. It's Flathead, Lincoln, and Lake counties. So it's just this northwest corner of the state. We have been operating continuously now since 1995, so 25 years here in the Valley. We are completely publicly supported, so we can only give away what we raise. And the need for our assistance has been increasing every year, and so we've had to start looking for new ways to raise money. Last year we did take advantage of one of the Whitefish Community Foundation's grant programs. And then this is our first year participating in the Great Fish Challenge. And we are really excited about the opportunity. And, we appreciate everyone out there for your attention and support today.
So thank you for that. So I guess another question I have know that you have always been very effective fundraisers, but you usually have a telethon that you do in the spring. And I'm just wondering, how has COVID-19 affected your ability to fundraise, given that the demand for your services is probably steadily increasing?
So luckily for us, our radiothon actually it goes on every year in January. So we were actually able to conduct a radiothon as normal. That's only one of our main fundraisers, though. We also have a Wings Week that we have. We have some very active volunteers over in Lincoln County, actually, who run several fundraisers over there that were all canceled this year as a result of the pandemic. We are kind of looking for alternatives, but at this point, like a lot of other organizations, we're kind of scrambling. We're not sure, fundraising is going to look like here, in the coming months. And so we have definitely lost a very significant source of our normal annual income,
which we hope you can make up during the Great Fish Community Challenge, right? So yes, as I mentioned before, Wings is a first-time participant for us, and we are really hoping to see a successful campaign. I think one of the questions I get in programs and outreach sometimes is about the difference between Wings and Flathead Cancer Aid Services. And Wings provides support for travel expenses associated with cancer treatment. Flathead Cancer Aid Services provides expenses of daily living. And really, I imagine that a lot of your the people that you serve probably need help from both organizations.
Yeah, I mean,
wait, you got to hold the mic right here.
Yes, that was an excellent description of the differences between the two. There is some crossover, but for the most part, we offer, separate services that are both, very helpful to people battling cancer. Yeah.
Do you feel like we covered it, or do you have anything else you'd like to add? No? You're okay? Well, welcome again, and thanks for dropping by today. Make sure you pick up your brochures and everything on your way out. And I'm not sure if your t-shirts are there, but those will be up there. If you didn't, okay, perfect. Well, thanks for coming by, Brandon. Thank you. Very nice to see you again. Sorry I didn't recognize you. Apparently I'm having problems with this today. So I'm going to blame the heat. So welcome everyone to our Great Fish Community Challenge virtual launch event. Believe it or not, we have caught up, which makes me really happy because apparently we've been struggling with that. And I know our nonprofits are very hardworking, and we've held some of them up here today for a little while when we weren't able to accommodate the schedule that we set for them. So we really appreciate them taking the time out to speak with us on YouTube Live today to help everyone be more aware of the great work that they're doing in the Valley and the impact that this pandemic has had on us. I know that we still have more incentive grants to draw coming up. In fact, here come the lovely Linda and Daria to help me draw them now. And we are seeing donations coming in. And we love that because in a situation where we weren't quite sure what today would look like, it turns out that today is looking just fine. So this is a great first day. So Linda's going to do the drawing. Do you want to talk?
I'll draw.
Okay.
No, you hang on.
Okay.
Yeah, this one's 25.
Okay. So we have Jim and Kathy Hartlieb. John and Kathy Hartlieb. I'm sorry. North Valley Food Bank. $25. $25 incentive grant. We've got more. Laura just ran out a whole bunch more that we can throw in the fishbowl.
This one's 50.
Okay. And it is, wow, here we go. John and Kathy Hartlieb again. Casa for Kids.
Wow.
$50.
Excellent.
So that is great. We're moving right along.
Something to keep in mind. So yes, a lot of people have won twice. Some have won 3 times. But the key is they're all giving to different organizations. And so all these different organizations are getting this money. This is what's so fantastic about it. All right, Lynette's turn.
Okay.
Let's see who gets it. Okay, Melanie and Carrie Drown, Stumptown Art Studio, $25. They get the $25 match on that.
go again. Casey's our winner. She gets the most drawn today.
Okay, and this one is Friends of the Flathead Avalanche Center, $25. Another match for you.
From
Casey Howard. Oh, I'm sorry. You said Casey Howard.
They can't hear me.
Casey Howard.
That's Casey's 5th one today.
4th.
4th?
I think.
Let's do 50.
Casey, you're just a lucky person.
She is. She got another grant today, too. Pam Nelson.
Pam Nelson, Glacier Institute, $25. All right. We can see how many. I think we can keep drawing.
We'll have to tell him that I have more money. Anthony's going to have to give his mom
Yep.
a big hug for that one.
We're going to award lots of little 25ers.
25 right now?
Okay, we have Walter Kuhn with the Bob Marshall. Another $25 on your gift. That way lots of people will win.
That's right.
We're going to just keep drawing until we run out of money. All right. Is that Cindy Asbrook, Whitefish Theater Company? Another $25.
Are we done for now, or we got only 208?
I think we'll wait. We've got a few more dollars to give, and that lets Daria catch up. So let's hold off, and we have about what, 3 more?
Do you want to continue talking for a while? Okay, so we still have some incentive grants to draw, and we still have some nonprofits dropping by, but we do have a little lull at the moment. So we just had Brandon. So we do have Carly Rickard come in still from Montana Children's Hospital, and also Jill Sigmund from Flathead Valley Community College Foundation, and Gloria is going to drop by, Gloria Nelson from Project Whitefish Kids. And other than that, we'll see who else lands in our parking lot. We did have a few nonprofits that did not sign up for a time slot, but you never know, maybe they may come in. So I'm going to pass the mic back to Linda, and she can have a conversation with you.
Thanks, Lynette. Okay, so we've in the newspaper today, you should have found this. If you have the Daily Interlake coming in your mailbox, yesterday it was in the Whitefish Pilot. So the use of funds brochure, it tells you what all the nonprofits are raising money for. And that's kind of critical for the awareness of what these charities do. So please take a look at the use of funds brochure. If you did not get one, we have some here at the office, and you can also download it online and just read it on the website. It'll tell you all about it. If you go to donate online, you can read right there on the donation portal what each one is raising their money for. So that will help educate you as to why they're needing money, how they're using your money. It's very important to us when we go through this whole process of the grants program to review what they're going to do with the money, and their primary, and some of them have secondary uses of funds. And so that's part of their application process. And it is a pretty lengthy application process. And Lynette actually goes through all of that with the nonprofits. It's very detailed. And then our grants committee reviews it after that. But I wanted to also mention Glacier National Park Conservancy. Doug Mitchell stopped by. We were a little bit backed up on that. So I wanted to just read what the Glacier Conservancy is using their money for, just to make sure everyone knows and has heard from everyone that we can hear from. So the fund between the Center for Sustainability and Entrepreneurship and the Glacier Park's Native Plant Nursery, including an internship for Whitefish Public Schools and the park staff to support and share native plant knowledge. And they also have a secondary use of funds, which is to support 6 programs focused on providing education and research internship opportunities in Glacier National Park to 17 students and recent graduates, effectively working to cultivate the next generation of park stewards. And you know, in the midst of COVID right now, you see how important the Glacier National Park is to everyone. I mean, no matter what, people are coming from far and wide. They still want to be in that park. The park is trying, however they can to manage the people. They're going through a lot of discussion right now with the Sun Road and how it is managed, and to effectively try and be conservation minded of our glaciers and the environment, but yet trying to accommodate the visitors. It's a tough battle. But our park is there for us. It gets us outdoors. So you're not always online and watching, us on YouTube.
So the other thing I just wanted to mention again, because I haven't mentioned it since this morning, is that we were disappointed that we couldn't have all our great events that we usually have, including this launch party, which would have been very festive. But I think it has been enjoyable for everybody as it has been. But we are going to be hosting pop-up donation stations throughout the valley every Thursday during the campaign. You can find the complete list of the times and locations at whitefishcommunityfoundation.org. Go to the Great Fish page and you'll see them right there under incentive grants. And the reason they're under grants is that we are offering a $500 incentive grant to every donor that comes out and donates at a pop-up donation station. So if you come and donate $25 or more to an organization, to any organization or any number of organizations, you can choose your favorite charity, your one favorite charity, and we will enter you in the fishbowl to draw a $500 incentive grant. And we'll be drawing one at the conclusion of every one of those donation stations throughout the campaign. And once you're entered once, your name stays in the fishbowl until the end of the campaign, unless you win. So the earlier you come out, the more likely you are to win. And we will have our first pop-up donation station next week downtown here in Whitefish in front of Underscore Art and Jewelry, one of our business sponsors for the Great Fish Community Challenge. And for those of you that don't know where it is, it's right beside Montana Coffee Traders downtown. And the corner would be Central and First. Right. So come down and visit us there. If you have any questions about the Great Fish Community Challenge, if you've considered giving in the past but weren't really sure how it worked, we're happy to answer any of those questions. And the next week, that is August 6th on Thursday from 10 to 3, we will be in front of Underscore Art and Jewelry. And the week following that, we will be in Columbia Falls at Glacier Bank right there on Nucleus. And we'll be there during market hours. So we're planning to do that more or less from noon until 6 in Columbia Falls on the 13th. And from that then on, I'm going to have you go and look them up because I'm not going to be able to remember them and deliver all the details. But I will definitely be there, I think, for most of them, if not all of them. And I'd love it if you came by and gave a gift to the Great Fish Community Challenge.
We'll definitely keep you posted also on those donation booths and where they will pop up. And we'll be putting that into the Whitefish pilot along with our countdown that's coming up all the time. We'll keep it in the daily Interlake. We'll keep you posted so that you have a chance to get down there and enter. We'll remind you because we know everyone is still busy. Even in this COVID era, you are busy, and we're here to remind you to give. That's why this campaign is 7 weeks long, because we know you can't just break down at the last minute right today and run down here and give. We thank you for those of you that have been able to do that, but we do expect you to be able to review the donations, who you would like to give to, write one check, put it in the donation form, and send it in. It's a great way to give it all in one. And we will send you that donation receipt. So you have one receipt to keep track of. That's critical, as far as being able to make sure that you can track what you've done. I also want to point out that for those of you that if you don't itemize this year, you do get $300 above the line deduction this year. So if you haven't already used that up, it'd be great for you to use that up. And then for those of you that do itemize this year, because of the CARES Act, 100% of your gifts to charity, to 501c3s, is tax deductible against your adjusted gross income. So there's a good reason to give. You can give and get all of it as a deduction. You're never going to see that again. So let's give. Let's help these charities continue to exist. Like Lynette said, she was talking about our sponsors with Underscore Art. And we have a whole list of sponsors, and BNSF Railway Foundation is our title sponsor for the event. They have been fantastic supporters every single year that we have done this campaign, and we really appreciate it. And along with them, our other sponsors, Parkside Credit Union, the Iron Horse Foundation, First Interstate Bank, Glacier Bank, Big Sky IV Care. We have JCCS, again, Underscore Art and Jewelry, and our new sponsor this year is Glacier Payment Systems. Thank you all very much for what you do. And, you've been helping us put this on. This campaign costs us well over $250,000 every year to put on. We do that so that we can make sure that 100% of your gifts when they come in go to the charities that you've selected. So we will We cover all of the marketing, all of the advertising. We print out these donation forms. We put them in the newspapers. We do all the gift administration. We organize events like this, all so that our charities can then raise some money and focus on the programs. It's not easy to be focusing on all of your programs and trying to raise money all the time, especially this year with all of the campaigns that they've had to cancel and the events.
So we have been talking about Great Fish Community Challenge all day. Gears just for one moment and talk about community grants, because this morning the very first call we got in the office was from an organization wondering how they could get into the Great Fish Community Challenge. So I think there are a lot of smaller organizations or organizations that have not participated in the Great Fish Community Challenge before that are considering applying. And the main way, or the best way to get to that stage of submitting an application to the Great Fish Community Challenge is to apply for our Community Grants Program. Our Community Grants Program is a smaller granting program than the Great Fish Community Challenge. It's offered in a twice yearly grant cycle. So we had a spring cycle, and we will have a fall cycle for community grants as well. And every organization that does not participate in the Great Fish Community Challenge is eligible to apply once annually for a community grant of up to $4,000. It's a great grant program. It gives our grants committee the best opportunity to get to know you. And that is why applying to our community grants program, participating in that program is actually a prerequisite for accepted into the Great Fish Community Challenge. So we do look at every organization, every application that comes into the Great Fish Community Challenge very carefully. And the Community Grants Program gives you the advantage of having us already have seen your financials, of getting to know your programs, of having a contact within the organization that we can ask questions of. And that is the reason why the Community Grants Program is a great place for you to start. We've had new organizations this year who have applied, brand new organizations that weren't ready even for our community grants program, and they applied for a microgrant. The community grants program, we still require some financial reporting submitted with your application. The microgrant program is available for organizations that are established, that are doing small projects, or younger organizations that are really have already made some really great strides forward, but just aren't quite there, and that they're a little younger, yet they have a good program and they need some help. And a micro grant you can apply for once a year up to $1,000. So the community grant program, if you're thinking about applying this year, or if you'd like to apply to the Great Fish Community Challenge next year, we will open that on September 3rd, and we will take applications for community grants right until October 26th. Those will be reviewed by our grants committee in November, and community grants will be issued probably right about December 1st after Thanksgiving.
I think we're still on. Yeah. Okay. So again, thanks for all of you who have tuned in today, the shout outs and the chat. It's great to see it. We really appreciate you taking your time. We will hopefully have this available so that you can rewatch it or rewatch segments of it and such, just to raise more awareness and such. But as Lynette was saying with the community grants, Lynette is our program and outreach officer, and she basically runs the grants program. The community foundation has grown. That has become a very serious position, that it's not just one program anymore of just the community grants. The Great Fish Community Challenge is another program, and so she manages that as well. And then we've added other layers of that. We have our major grants program that every once in a while we'll award a major grant for something that's a major capital campaign that the grants committee has been watching and is interested in backing. And then we also have a new program. It's the Kids Fund. And the Kids Fund program we developed last year. And I'm going to have Lynette tell you a little bit about the Kids Fund and what we've been trying to accomplish. She talked earlier with Daniel from CASA. And so, again, I just think it's a good one to elaborate on.
I agree. So the Kids Fund was really a brainchild of Linda's, which was a good brainchild. So we have a grants program specifically geared towards ending child homelessness in the Flathead Valley. And I believe this program will still continue to evolve. It's a new program for us. We just opened it up for applications at the end of last year. It's one of our larger grant programs in terms of capacity. And what we were looking for, and still are looking for, are innovative programs from nonprofits that are really going to have an impact, a lasting impact on child homelessness. So we have funded really one project at the moment. Casa for Kids was first to the table. Jamie Campbell had been thinking for a long time about a program that she had tried to launch several times, but just couldn't quite make it work within the CASA organization. So she came to us with a really solid proposal that Daniel was talking about earlier. They've hired Cheyenne. It's geared towards helping youth that are aging out of foster care, specifically, that in the past maybe have been lost once services ended for them. They really were lost in terms of what to do next, and with limited resources to help them get there. So Jamie had a solid plan in order, and we funded that program for 3 years as that program becomes a sustainable program within the CASA organization. We have 2 other applications in right now that are both looking great. We're just working with the organization to make sure that their business plan is in order before the grants committee can really have a really good look at it. But the Kids Fund is a wonderful program. If you are in the situation where you work, specifically, I want to say in health and human services, if you're serving kids in need, if you have work in the food access realm of serving kids in need, education, absolutely, in terms of housing, all of those areas. If you are a nonprofit working in those areas and you feel that you've always wanted to do something that you just could not do because you didn't have the funding, then I think you should really consider calling us and talking to us about the kids program, or maybe submitting a letter of intent so that we can see if we can help you with that, because we really would love to.
Well, the only thing I'm going to add is actually the CASA program and how thrilled we are about that program, because it just was the perfect fit. And it was so amazing that this was something that Jamie Campbell had been looking at trying to put together. Cheyenne, who is basically directing that program, was the perfect fit because she herself had gone through with CASA as an advocate and eventually was adopted. And she is just she knows exactly what these kids are going through. And if you think about it and the need there, these kids are they're at the point where they're going to be, out of the program, nowhere to turn, no one to support them. And if you who have kids, think about your kids and how much they're still dependent on you, some in their 20s, and they're still asking for help. So, and that's exactly what this program is. It's the kids that are, they need somewhere to turn. And if we want them to be successful and to change the dynamics of the next generation, we need to support those kids. So the whole program is fantastic, and it's very exciting. We've had some wonderful donors step up and make that program a reality with us. And we hope to be doing a lot more when it comes to granting. So with that, I'm going to turn this back over to Lynette because our next guest is here.
Okay, so now you listen to Linda and I anymore, or at least you get a break from that, which I know, you probably all appreciate. I have with me Carly Rickard. She's from Montana Children's Medical Center Foundation, and she's joining us for the first time. Welcome. And I'm going to turn the mic over to her so that she can tell you programs and their exciting use of funds, which I think is really interesting and really helpful to our valley. But first, Carly gets bleach.
All right, thank you. So I am the Chief Development Officer at Montana Children's, and we have a really exciting program. We opened our doors about 1 year ago, almost to the date, actually. It was July 1st, so a little over a year. And we are providing acute care services to Montana kids. And so what that means is we really have no children's hospital in the entire state of Montana. And we, for the first time, are able to offer those specialty services and subspecialists. So as you can imagine, just because of our location here in the north corner of the state, it's really hard to get kids to us sometimes. And just of the Montana wilderness and nature, we have kids coming from all over. And so our use of funds is to help our Alert Air Ambulance program to get all of the specialty equipment that they need to bring just the tiniest little babies to us. And so we'll be purchasing those travels safely, whether that means they're traveling from our hospital to get more high-tech or higher level of care, or if there's an accident or something like that and requires our pediatric and neonatal teams, then we're going to be able to get to those kids and get them to our facility to get them treated and get them better, get them home.
Okay, so I just have a couple questions for you, Carly. So, I mean, we all in the Valley, alert is important to every single one of us that lives here for obvious reasons. And so you're looking to purchase specialty equipment to transport kids. So can I ask at the moment, how are you doing that? And I guess my question is, that's got to be have a very large price tag, right? Yes. And so success in the Great Fish Community Challenge would be really helpful. Yeah. But I'm just curious sort of how you're working towards that, and, has COVID-19 affected that, and how you're progressing.
All right. Yeah, certainly. We do have some equipment, but this is just going to allow us to provide even a higher level of care. And these things do come with very expensive price tags. For instance, I think an incubator for a neonatal patient that could transfer a baby as small as a pound is about $200,000. So it's a huge investment really into our community. COVID-19 at the hospital obviously has changed our world. It's really rocked our world. And I think, for a while we had to stop doing certain surgeries and everything, but now we're back doing what we can, obviously limiting visitors and taking every precaution that we can to keep our patients safe and our staff safe. But the reality is that kids are still kids in the midst of COVID-19. We are still seeing injuries and illnesses. We're still seeing kids who are having maybe a little too much fun playing outside and getting hurt. We still are getting kids that get cancer diagnoses, and that continues. Of COVID-19 doesn't mean we can stop cancer treatment on a little kiddo. So we are continuing the best we can and definitely being very cautious along the way.
So I guess as a first-time participant, Alert participated last year. Kalispell Regional Healthcare Foundation participated last year, also raising funds for Alert, which is a great use of funds. But I guess my question is, do you have any questions for us about the Great Fish Community Challenge, or anything else you'd like to add, I guess?
Yeah, we're just so excited to be part of this, and I'm so grateful to Whitefish Community Foundation for all your great work in our community, and especially during this really strange time that we're in with COVID-19. Having this to rally around, I think, is something that's really important and something that we're just super proud to be a part of. So thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much for dropping by to see us. It's great to meet you in person. I haven't had the opportunity really to do that. Maybe not more than once anyway, right? So it's great to see you, and good luck during the campaign.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Yes. So Carly Record from Montana Children's here with us for the first time, and welcome to them. So we're still here at our Great Fish Community Challenge launch party, and we have another guest who's waiting in line. I believe it's Gerda. Oh, not yet. I've been told not yet. So I believe we're waiting for Jill to come maybe and meet with us. But we have Gloria Nelson from Project Whitefish Kids who's going to come and sit down with us. So Gloria has been with Project Whitefish for a few years now, and she's going to come and tell us all about Project Whitefish Kids, which is managing Smith Fields here in Whitefish, where the large majority of our team sports and youth sporting organizations work. But first, Gloria also gets bleached. Welcome.
Thanks. Hi, Lynette. So fun to be here. This is my first time doing something like this, so here we go.
So tell us about Project Whitefish.
So we wanted to really get the word out. We feel like a lot of people don't know who we are. Project Whitefish Kids is the nonprofit that runs the kids sports complex on the south side of Whitefish. It's a 60-acre park with 8 soccer fields, 5 baseball fields, and 4 softball fields. It's a completely privately funded park, and we have a parking lot for 400 and currently a new playground that was just put in last year, and our shaded picnic pavilion just got finished a couple weeks ago, and we're working on getting some picnic tables out there for shade. Yeah. And so that's kind of who we are in a nutshell. Like I said, we're completely privately funded, so we're responsible for fundraising for all of the funds in order to maintain the park. It means fertilizing the grass, cutting the grass, which we do a lot, and one of our current projects right now is the a turf restoration project. Grass is not my forte. I'm more about my kids playing out at the sports fields, but we are working on a 5-year turf restoration project so that the playing surface is even and for all of our players so we don't have sports injuries out there. And we've been working really hard on that. Yeah. Do you want me to just...
I have a couple questions for you, Gloria. So I know that, of course, people can't congregate, and therefore kids, for a long time, were not really able to participate in group sporting events. So I think my question would be, how has COVID-19 affected your fundraising capacity at Project Whitefish Kids? Like, what has that done for the park? And, what are you guys looking to accomplish in the Great Fish Community Challenge?
So great question. We actually lost about $30,000 in fundraising this spring. We have an annual fundraising auction that we hold with the Whitefish Theater Company. And so we lost out on that revenue. And then we also lost out on spring sports user fees because we didn't have as many. Soccer was able to do a little bit and baseball was able to do a little bit, but those user fees were quite decreased from last year. So we're looking at operating the park on about a $30,000 loss this year, and our annual budget is about $76,000. So that's a significant part for us. One of the positives from COVID-19 is that we've seen an increase in community users, and it is just really exciting to us to see all the people out walking and biking through the park and playing Frisbee and people really using the playground and people getting outside and being active with their kids and their families. And another positive of COVID-19 is that because there weren't as many sports players on the field, we were really able to work on that turf restoration this spring and make a lot of good headway. We were able to run the equipment for longer over the spring. They do this thing, maybe Lynette can help me. Yes, aerating, where they get these plugs out of the ground, and we have this huge problem with thatch. And so the aerator helps pull out these plugs and gives more air to the soil, which gets better soil. And so because there weren't sports being played out at the park, we were able to do more turf restoration this summer. So the fields are actually looking really good. So we're excited about that. But we're really hoping for a big fundraiser this Great Fish. We know that some people aren't able to donate because of the financial situation, and we just appreciate any help, and we're so grateful for all of our donors, and we just appreciate anything that people can give. And what we would really like to see is our families and people that are using the park that don't really know that we're a nonprofit, just give a little bit. $10, $25 goes a long way. So
I think is still in the community, there may be somewhat of a misconception that Smith Fields is maybe run by the city. And I know Project Whitefish Kids has been working hard to sort of educate the public that the city does not have anything to do with funding of the park, that it is a privately funded park, which means you do the fundraising. Another thing I want to mention, we had Bruce Aronson here earlier from the Whitefish Rotary Charitable Fund, and Rotary, who also worked very hard on the playground and the restrooms at Kitty Park downtown at the time that was built. We mentioned that Bruce mentioned that their use of funds, or part of their use of funds, is to purchase a washroom, an ADA accessible washroom, to be used out at the playground. And as we talked about with Bruce, specifically in response to the city saying that kids are using behind the shed, because they're too young. They may be in the 2 to 5 year old range, and a parent may be in the park, or a grandparent with 2 to 4 kids, and so they have to run across the road to use the washroom. So Project Whitefish Kids is also working on that project with Rotary. Rotary is doing the lion's share of the project. They're doing the fundraising for the washroom, and then Project Whitefish Kids, as I understand it, will be working on the infrastructure.
So we're super excited to be working with Rotary on this project. We feel like that is a huge part of what the Great Fish Challenge is all about, is kind of cross-pollination and supporting each other, and using those resources in our community to make it better. So Rotary is working on fundraising for a bathroom that will be right by the new playground, so kids don't have to cross the street. And then Project Whitefish Kids will provide the pad and the water and all that for the bathroom. So we're super excited about that. Some of the other things that Lynette was saying is a lot of people don't know that the park was initially founded by a group of private citizens who got together and kind of thought that Whitefish needed a place for kids to play sports. And they purchased the land and put the park together, and then actually gave the park to the city. And because the property taxes would be exorbitant to pay on 60 acres of city property. And so Project Whitefish Kids leases the park back for $1 a year every year, and then the city doesn't provide any other funding. So we do all of our own water, all of our trash, electricity. We maintain the park. We do have to say the city did make a donation for the playground, which was super exciting for us. But other than that, the city doesn't help us out at the park, other than a working relationship, helping us apply for grants and such. But as far as funding goes, it's all privately fundraised.
So I think, have we covered it? Are we okay? Well, you can have a look there. We still have a couple more notes and a couple items that you would like to say. No problem at all. We are here today at our Great Fish Community Challenge launch event. I have Gloria Nelson with me from Project Whitefish Kids. We are excited to launch the Great Fish finally. It's July 30th. We've been waiting in the office, and now we're ready to go and having a successful campaign. So I'm just going to let Gloria close out here and mention points that she would like to before we move to the next person, before our next nonprofit arrives.
Thanks, Lynette, so much for having us. We're just really excited about the park and the way that it provides green space for our community, especially during this time of COVID-19, when we can get outside and participate in outdoor activities. And we just love that the park is such a unique space, that it really is your park as donors, and you can help us maintain that, and you can give us your input as to what you would like to see out at the park. We had a group of moms come forward to do the playground, and we're always open to new projects and what the community wants, because it really is your park.
Very nice. Thank you. So thanks, Gloria, for coming by. We now have Jane Karras, who's going to drop in and talk to us a little bit about Flathead Valley Community College Foundation. So welcome, Jane. I'm going to give the mic directly to her because you've all been listening to me all day. But first, bleach.
Hi, thank you so much for having us. I just want to thank the Whitefish Community Foundation for once again doing this wonderful Great Fish Community Challenge. It's really a fabulous way for people to give locally and support all of our wonderful organizations, and FVCC, Flathead Valley Community College, is so pleased to be a part of this challenge. We appreciate all of the community support. And this year we have an ask for our new college center we are building that will be ready in January of 2022, right when we hope everybody will be able to be back together again, enjoying some wonderful music and performances. And we know there are so many people in our community, from young children to seniors, who need some assistance with being able to hear assisted. So we have a proposal for $100,000 to provide assisted listening technology support for our new performance center so that everybody will be able to enjoy the performances. And the other great thing about this performance hall will be open to the K-12 schools, open to the college students, and open to everybody in the community. We'll be able to bring in performances that normally you would have to go to Spokane or Missoula or San Francisco or New York to hear some of the performers we'll be able to have in our 1,000 seat hall. We know it will benefit everybody in so many different ways.
Wonderful. Or two about the performance hall, because I know it's a huge project, a tremendous project, and quite often the projects we see in Great Fish Community Challenge are not as large capital projects like that one. So I guess my question is, given the size of the project and the value it's going to bring to our community, how has COVID-19 affected the project and FECC in general?
Well, COVID-19, just like everybody else, has impacted the college and our students. Some of our students, because of COVID-19, have had challenges with access to food, access to housing, access to education, and thanks to the Day of Giving earlier this spring that the Whitefish Community Foundation had, we were able to provide funding to help students stay in college, to provide food for themselves and their families, and to stay in their homes. So we really appreciate all the support from our local community, but COVID-19 has drastically impacted our students. We are prepared to have classes again this fall. We have classes this summer. We have classes available for everybody, whether they want to be on campus face-to-face in a safe, socially distanced manner. We have that prepared, as well as opportunities for students to take classes remotely and online. So I would encourage anybody who has been a student or wants to be a student or is considering a gap year, come to FECC. It's very affordable. Our classes transfer anywhere, or if you want to go right into the workforce, we can help you get there quickly. A great opportunity, even in these COVID times, to continue with your future and meet your goals and your dreams.
Well, thank you so much for dropping by to see us, Jane. It's really nice to meet you. I've not had the opportunity to meet you before. We welcome FECC Foundation back to the campaign. Obviously, you've been a great participant for several years. And Jill has been so much help with the color run, which unfortunately we can't have this year, but we always appreciate your enthusiasm and all the runners that you've brought out over many years to the event. So thank you. Thanks for coming by and good luck. Thank you. Oh, should we get Jane to do it? Oh yeah, let's get Jane to draw some. You want to take a picture?
Oh, let's do a picture first.
Okay.
That's a great picture.
All right, ready?
We're drawing incentive grants. So, Daria, how are we doing with this one?
We're doing 25s on all of them.
Okay. So we are down to the last of ours. I wonder if Jane would like to read that. The donor's name is
Gail Bissell, and the organization is Flathead Audubon for $50. Or 25,
yeah,
sorry.
the incentive grant is actually for $25. Gail gave to Flathead Audubon, so I know they'll be super excited about that gift. So we're going to have Jane draw some more. Show this is transparency here. You can see the fishbowl being shaken. Oh, John and Kathy Hartley. So this is their third gift that we've drawn today. So that's wonderful. It's a $25 incentive matching grant. It's going to North Valley Music School. So once again, we mentioned if you came by early and donated early in the day, of course, every organization that you donated to, we put a ticket into the fishbowl, and we've drawn some people 4 times. I think maybe many of them 3 and some of them 2. Would we like Jane to draw another one?
Yes, let's go. I'm going to do 4 more.
Okay, Jane. So we have 4 more apparently, and then we're finished for the day. Christine Rossi also gave to North Valley Music School, so that's $25. Okay. And Mark Galbraith. Mark was here early in the day, and the Flathead Rapids is getting another $25 matching grant on Mark's gift.
So 2 more.
2 more. So you came by at just the right time, Jane. Oh, good. Don Stolte came by and he gave to the Glacier Symphony and Chorale, so they have another $25. Oh, wow, there we go. John and Kathy Hartleap again. So earlier, Casey Howard was, I think, our biggest drawer, but now it's definitely going to be the Hartliebs, and they've given to the Bob Marshall Wilderness Foundation, and that's $25, and that unfortunately ends our incentive grant drawings for the day. But it was fun while it lasted. So we gave away $2,000 today in matching grants to all the various organizations. So thank you to everybody who came down and donated. We appreciate it. Thanks, Jane. Yeah, thank you. Great. So I think that we may actually be finished with our nonprofits. So I know we've said that we were going to talk to you until 3 o'clock today, but you're so lucky. I'm going to actually sign off now, and you won't have to listen to me anymore. Although I've thoroughly enjoyed, and we've all enjoyed sitting here with our nonprofit community. It's an exciting time of the year for us. We love it. I'm very sorry that we couldn't have a big launch party tonight and actually celebrate with everyone, perhaps over a beer. Seeing as it's 95 degrees or whatever it is. But this was actually nicer in some ways. Got to have a conversation with everybody and get to hear about how COVID has affected them and what they're hoping for from this campaign. So I want to thank you all for joining us today. And we look forward to seeing you all during the campaign. Again, pop out to our pop-up donation stations. Start next Thursday between 10 and 3 p.m. at _Art and Jewelry downtown in Whitefish. We'll be out in front with our bright orange donation tent, and we encourage everyone to send their donors to us, if you are a donor, to come down and visit us, and we will enter your gift to win a $500 incentive grant for your nonprofit charity of choice. So once again, thank you all nonprofits for participating in the Great Fish Community Challenge. And we're so excited to get on with the campaign. So everyone have a great night, enjoy summer, and we'll see you. Bye-bye.